Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became rebellion and fell for Himiko, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Cenizas del Heroísmo by Valkyris_Prime. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The icy wind cut into Izuku Midoriya's skin as he stood on the edge of the building, his gaze lost in the vast darkness beyond. Below him, the city glittered with thousands of lights, each representing a life, a dream, a future. Things he no longer felt he had. All Might's words echoed in his mind like a cruel, relentless sound. You can't be a hero without a quirk. It had been everything he'd ever wanted to hear from his idol, but in a different way. A confirmation, an encouragement, a spark of hope that never came. Instead, he received only a void that now threatened to consume him completely. Izuku looked down at the distant pavement, his hands shaking as he imagined the impact. It would be quick, he thought. Quick and quiet. No one would miss him. No one would notice. No one except. A memory surfaced in his mind, an image so clear it made him take a step back. His mother, Himiko, smiling as she held a homemade birthday cake. Her nervous laughter as she tried to fix his school uniform, saying he'd always be the hero in her heart. The warm hug she gave him every night, as if her whole world depended on it. Izuku, you're all I have. Tears streamed down his face as his legs buckled, bringing him to his knees. He could bear the rejection, he could bear the pain. But he couldn't imagine the suffering his death would cause her. Himiko had given everything for him. Her time, her love, her life. She had stayed by his side even when the entire world rejected him. He couldn't do this to her. His heart still pounding, Izuku pushed himself away from the edge. He sank to the ground, his sobs echoing across the empty rooftop. The decision didn't fill him with relief, but it was clear. He would live. Not because life offered him anything, but because he couldn't take away from his mother the only son she had left. As dawn began to light up the sky, Izuku promised himself something. I will live, even if it hurts. For her, I will live. The conference room was plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the cold blue light from the screens on the walls. 5 figures sat around an oval table, their faces hidden by the dim lighting. In the center of the table, a holographic projection displayed a video captured by a surveillance drone. The shaky image showed a thin, quirkless boy with disheveled green hair clinging to All Might's leg on a rooftop. The boy's lips moved rapidly, almost pleading, while his face twisted in a mixture of desperation and admiration. But what caught the council's attention wasn't the boy's devotion. It was what happened next. The conversation had no audio, but All Might's movements were clear. A worried look, a gesture to calm the boy, and then, the crucial moment. All Might, weakened, coughing blood, returned to his skeletal form in front of the young man. The drone captured the exact moment his secret was exposed. The recording stopped, and the room fell deathly silent. One of the figures, a woman with a cold, calculating voice, spoke first. So this is the boy. Quirkless, insignificant, but now dangerous. Another man, with a serious and authoritative tone, nodded. We can't allow this secret to get out. If anyone finds out about All Might's weakness, the symbol of peace will collapse. Society isn't ready for that truth. How likely is it that he'll talk? Another voice asked, this time younger, full of pragmatism. The woman responded with a wave of her hand, causing the recordings to fast forward to the moments when Izuku was walking away from the rooftop, his body hunched over and his steps hesitant. We don't know, but we can't take any chances. He's an emotional, unstable boy. If he ever decides to talk. He won't, an older figure interrupted, his voice tired but firm. From what we know of him, he idolizes All Might. He won't betray his secret. The woman shook her head. He may not be doing it now, but time changes people. And let's not forget he's quirkless. No one will miss him. The younger man frowned. Are you suggesting we eliminate a child? The response was as icy as the atmosphere in the room. We're suggesting we protect the stability of the world. This kid already knows too much. The silence that followed was an unspoken consensus. No more words were needed. Izuku Midoriya's fate was sealed. The woman pressed a button on her tablet, sending a coded message. Give the order. An accident. Something clean. No one will suspect. In the darkness, the child's projection disappeared, but the woman's words echoed like a final judgment. A quirkless child will not be missed. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Izuku Midoriya hurried to gather his things, keeping his head down as the murmurs and laughter of his classmates surrounded him. He knew Bakugo and his friends would be waiting for him as always, ready to hurl insults or, worse, push him around and mock his lack of quirk. Not today, he thought. For once, he decided not to brave the usual path. He took a detour, a side street that led him away from the group of thugs. He wanted to get home early, to the only person who gave him comfort, his mother. As he walked, he thought about what they would cook that evening. Perhaps katsudon, his favorite dish. He smiled slightly as he imagined his mother stirring the pot, her soft voice asking him about his day, even though she already knew it hadn't been good. It was a small routine, but it was his refuge. When she arrived at the apartment building, she noticed something strange. The front door was ajar, something unusual in her neighborhood. A bad feeling settled in her chest, quickening her steps until she reached the apartment. The door was not completely closed. "Mom," he called, his voice shaking. There was no response. Izuku pushed open the door, finding everything silent. The air was thick, with a metallic smell he didn't recognize at first. As he entered the kitchen, his heart stopped. Himiko Midoriya sat at the table, her body leaning forward, as if asleep. But the blood slowly dripping from a wound in her chest told a different story. A knife had been dropped nearby, its blade stained red. "Mom!" Izuku shouted, running towards her. Before he could reach her, a deafening roar shook the building. An explosion threw him into the air, shattering windows and disintegrating walls. His body crashed through the door frame and was carried by the blast wave, slamming into a dumpster in an alley 2 blocks down. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. His arms and neck burned, his skin red and covered in burns. The impact knocked the wind out of him, his vision blurring as the sound of the explosion echoed in his ears. Izuku tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. All he could think about was his mother, the image of her body in the kitchen. Tears began to flow as darkness took over. In his last spark of consciousness, a desperate question crossed his mind. Why? Why her? And then, everything went silent. Himiko Midoriya was carefully stirring a pot, the sound of sizzling oil filling the small apartment. Katsudon, she thought. It was Izuku's favorite, and after the past few days, she knew her son needed something to cheer him up. Ever since he'd returned home last night, his face had been marked by a sadness he couldn't hide. He'd arrived late, his eyes red and puffy, and though she tried to comfort him like she had so many times before, he could only sob himself to sleep. I can't give up on him, she thought, pressing her lips together. Izuku was all she had since her husband left them, and she knew she had to be strong for both of them. Today would be different, she told herself, determined. Today Izuku would come back, and everything would get better. She heard the door open and put her spoon down on the table, wiping her hands on her apron. It was too early for Izuku to be back, but maybe he'd had a good day and decided to come back early. She smiled softly at the thought. "Izuku? Are you here yet?" she asked as she walked toward the entrance. But when she arrived, her smile instantly vanished. In front of her stood Hawks, dressed entirely in black, his face unusually serious. He wasn't wearing the uniform he usually wore on television. Instead, he looked like a shadow that had invaded her home. "Hawks?" Himiko took a step back, her voice trembling. There was something in his eyes, something cold and distant, that made her skin crawl. The hero closed the door behind him with a slow, calculated movement. He dropped a black briefcase on the floor and pulled a sharp, shiny knife from inside. His normally charismatic voice was now an emotionless monotone. "No one was supposed to be here," he said, his words like a chill in the air. Himiko felt her heart stop. Her hands began to shake as she slowly backed away, her feet stumbling against the kitchen frame. What does this mean?" she asked, trying to remain calm. But her mind was in turmoil. Why was a hero in her house? Why was he carrying a knife? "It's not personal," Hawks replied, taking a step closer. "It's necessary." Himiko backed away until her back hit the kitchen table. She looked down at the knife in her hands and then into the eyes of the hero she once admired, searching for some humanity, some mercy. But she found nothing. "Please, no," she begged, her words choked with fear. "Izuku is all I have." Hawks paused for a moment, as if her words had reached him. But then his gaze hardened again. That's precisely why I'm here. Izuku, forgive me. In a darkened room, away from the public eye, Hawks adjusted his earpiece as he walked down an empty hallway. His tone was cold and professional, a perfect mask to hide any trace of humanity he might have left. He pressed a button on the small communicator on his wrist, establishing the secure connection to the Hero Commission. Mission completed, he reported, his voice as mechanical as a machine's. On the other end, a female voice responded, authoritative and emotionless. The objective, neutralized. The woman didn't have time to react. A brief silence fell on the line before the voice continued. And the boy, Hawks pressed his lips together, recalling the moment the explosion rocked the building just as he was about to leave. He hadn't had time to confirm the young man's condition, but the blast was strong enough to ensure no one in that apartment survived. The explosion was calculated to ensure no loose ends were left. If he survived, we'll know soon enough. But I doubt he did. The voice on the other end of the line showed not a hint of doubt or remorse. Good. The narrative is underway. We've already dispatched officers to secure the area and control the scene. Hawks paused for a moment, looking out a window at the city. On the horizon, he could see the plume of smoke rising from the apartment building. It was a reminder of what he had just done, of how far he had come to protect the peace. What excuse will we use this time? He asked, with a faint tone of cynicism he could barely suppress. The response was immediate, predictable. Gas leak in an old building. A tragic accident, but nothing out of the ordinary. A mother dead in her home. No one will ask questions about a quirkless boy. Hawks closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of those words. No one will ask questions. It was a phrase he'd heard too many times since he began working in the shadows for the commission. Understood, he finally replied, without emotion. Return to base. We don't want your absence to raise suspicions. On the way, he cut the connection and put the communicator back in his jacket. For a moment, his steps faltered. Images of Inko Midoriya, pleading for her life, flashed through his mind. She was an ordinary woman, a mother who had nothing to do with the commission's intrigues. But that didn't matter. For Hawks, the price of peace had always been high. But lately, he wondered if that price was too high. As he walked away, fire and ambulance sirens blared in the distance, a carefully orchestrated spectacle designed to obscure the truth. The system had won again. But deep down, Hawks couldn't help but wonder how much longer he could carry that guilt. Himiko Toga was rummaging through the dumpster, her hands searching through torn bags and wet cardboard for something she could eat. It was a cold night, and her stomach growled loudly, reminding her that she hadn't had anything solid all day. Since her parents abandoned her, she had learned to survive on her own, stealing food, clothes, and anything else that could keep her alive. It was a hard life, but she had accepted that the world had no place for someone like her. As she opened a plastic bag of food scraps, a deafening roar shook the block. An explosion shook the ground beneath her feet, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Himiko looked up, her yellow eyes shining with a mixture of curiosity and alertness. What was that? He whispered, moving to the edge of the container to look toward the source of the noise. Before she could move, something large and heavy flew out from the direction of the blast. She barely had time to register what she was seeing. A boy, his green hair disheveled and his body covered in burns, hurtling toward her like an out-of-control doll. "Ah!" he shouted, but he didn't have time to react. The boy's body fell directly into the container, colliding with it hard. Himiko was crushed under his weight, the air forced from her lungs by the impact. For a moment, everything was silent, save for the sound of falling debris in the distance. He coughed, pushing the boy aside with difficulty. His body was warm, but he was inert, as if unconscious. His skin was red and swollen in several places, especially his arms and neck. His lips were dry, and he was breathing heavily. "Who are you?" Himiko whispered, leaning over him curiously. The blood from one of his wounds caught her attention immediately. Her quirk activated instinctively, and she felt a chill run through her body. It was a familiar desire, an almost visceral need, but something stopped her. This boy wasn't like the people she usually watched. He looked broken. "You can't stay here, can you?" she muttered to herself, looking around. Carefully, she pulled him out of the dumpster, dragging him toward a safer alley. Though her body was small and fragile, Himiko was used to moving quickly and powerfully when necessary. As she propped him up against a wall, she noticed his breathing was still uneven. Himiko bit her lip, uncertain. She could leave him there and move on with her life. But something in his expression, the mixture of pain and loneliness, reminded her of herself. "You're lucky I'm good at picking up trash," he said with a crooked smile, before tearing a piece of cloth from his jacket to cover his wounds. For the first time in a long time, Himiko felt something resembling a connection. Perhaps, she thought, this encounter wasn't a coincidence. Himiko Toga snorted as she dragged Izuku Midoriya's unconscious body through the deserted streets. Her thin body could barely support the boy's weight, but she refused to leave him behind. Something about him, his fragility and the wounds covering his skin, kept her going. She didn't know exactly why, but her instinct told her this boy was important. After what seemed like hours, he reached his refuge, an abandoned shop on the edge of town, with broken windows and graffiti-covered walls. He pushed open the rusty door with his foot, letting in a beam of moonlight that illuminated the interior. The place was small and dirty, but for Himiko, it was the only home she'd known in months. In one corner lay her only treasure, an old, threadbare mattress covered with frayed blankets. It was her refuge from the cold, her place to dream of a world that never accepted her. "Well, I guess we'll share it now, huh?" he murmured, dragging Izuku down onto the mattress. She carefully adjusted him, wiping the ash and dirt from his face with a damp cloth she found among her belongings. Her hands trembled as she inspected the burns on his arms and neck. Some seemed superficial, but others were deep, and she knew they could become infected if she didn't do something soon. "I don't know who you are, kid, but you've gotten yourself into quite a bit of trouble," he said softly, sitting down beside him. She pulled out a small first aid kit she'd stolen from a pharmacy a few days earlier. Although she had no experience as a doctor, she'd learned how to bandage basic wounds and disinfect cuts to survive on the streets. She worked silently, cleaning Izuku's wounds as best she could with a cotton ball and some alcohol. As she did so, she noticed something about his face. Even in his unconscious state, he seemed filled with pain. His brow was furrowed, as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Himiko leaned closer, her yellow eyes observing every detail of his expression. "What happened to you?" he whispered. The boy didn't respond, just breathed heavily. Himiko bit her lip, feeling a pang of empathy she didn't recognize. She usually enjoyed chaos, but this was different. This boy wasn't just another victim. He was someone like her, someone rejected by the world. Her work done, Himiko sank to the floor beside the mattress, hugging her knees as she watched him. She couldn't help but wonder what he would do to her when he woke up. Would he attack her? Would he try to run away? Or maybe, could he stay? For now, she decided, she just needed to rest. With one last look at the boy, she lay back on the ground, letting exhaustion overcome her as the world continued on outside that small refuge. Izuku Midoriya slowly opened his eyes, feeling a stabbing pain run through his body. His vision was blurry, and the ceiling he saw was unfamiliar. The rough texture of a threadbare mattress beneath his body disconcerted him, but what caught his attention most was the smell, a mix of moisture, dust, and something slightly metallic. He tried to move, but a sharp pain in his arms and neck made him groan. That's when he heard a voice. "Oh, you're finally awake, sleepyhead." He turned his head with an effort and saw a girl kneeling beside him. Her blonde hair was disheveled, her yellow eyes shone with a curiosity he found unsettling, and her smile was too wide, almost playful. "Where?" he tried to ask, but his voice came out weak and hoarse. "You're in my house," Himiko replied, gesturing to the shop's dilapidated interior. "Well, house is a generous term, but it works." Izuku tried to get up, but Himiko put a hand on his shoulder, forcing him to stay lying down. "Not so fast, hero. You were a mess when I found you. Burns, cuts, looked like you'd been hit by a truck, or, exploded something." The explosion, the image of his mother on the kitchen table, the blood, the knife, it all came flooding back. Izuku felt his chest tighten as tears filled his eyes. "My mom," he murmured, his voice breaking. Himiko watched him silently, her smile fading for a moment. She knew what it was like to lose something important, even if she didn't fully understand what he was feeling. Hey, don't cry now. You can't break down yet, she said, trying to sound nonchalant as she pulled something out of a nearby bag. Look, I brought some food. He took out a flattened curry bread and held it in front of him. Well, it's not fresh, but it's still good. I stole this a couple of days ago. It'll help you regain your strength. Izuku looked at the bread, and although his stomach growled, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Why are you helping me? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Himiko shrugged, biting off a corner of the bread before offering it to him. Why not? You were lying in a dumpster and you fell on me. Literally. I guess that means we're meant to be, don't you think? Izuku didn't know how to respond. He took the bread with shaky hands and took a bite. It was cold and dry, but in that moment, it tasted like more than just food. It tasted like a small act of kindness amidst the chaos. As they ate in silence, Himiko watched him out of the corner of her eye. There was something about him that intrigued her, something in his sadness that resonated with her own pain. Maybe, she thought, this boy could be different. Maybe they could help each other, if only to survive. Well, Izuku, she said suddenly, using the name she'd found on a small tag on his school uniform. Looks like you're stuck with me for now. So you better not die, okay? Izuku looked at her crooked smile, and even though he still felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the first time in a long time. Izuku tried to talk to Himiko more, but every word felt like a scratch in his throat. He coughed, bringing a hand to his neck, his eyes pleading for an explanation. Himiko, noticing his discomfort, quickly stood up and returned with a cracked water glass filled with fresh water from the bathroom sink. Here, slowly, she said, helping him sit down while holding the glass. Izuku drank the water eagerly, the liquid soothing his parched throat. After a moment, he managed to murmur. What happened? Himiko sighed, picking up a pile of crumpled newspapers scattered across the floor. That's what I was trying to find out. Let's see. He flipped through the pages until he found the most recent edition, a dirty tabloid with eye-catching headlines. He held it out in front of Izuku, pointing at the cover. Musudafu tragedy. Gas leak causes deadly explosion in apartment building. Izuku felt as if the world stopped as he read the words. The photograph showed the charred remains of the building where he had lived with his mother. The article detailed how a gas leak had caused an explosion that destroyed the apartment and killed 2 residents, a mother and her son. It can't be, he muttered, his hands shaking as he held the newspaper. They think you're dead, Himiko said, sitting next to him and crossing her legs. It seems they didn't bother looking too hard. Izuku shook his head, his mind flooded with images of his mother. The last time he saw her, sitting at the kitchen table, and then, everything exploded. It wasn't a gas leak. Someone killed her. Himiko looked at him curiously, tilting her head as if she was trying to understand his pain. How do you know? Izuku closed his eyes, remembering the scene with agonizing clarity. I saw her. There was blood, a knife. Tears began to stream down his cheeks as the weight of reality hit him. Not only had he lost his mother, but now the entire world thought he was dead. Himiko, feeling something she didn't recognize as empathy, placed a hand on his shoulder. Listen, I know this is horrible, but, if they think you're dead, that might be a good thing, right? Izuku looked at her, his red eyes filled with confusion. Well, yes, no one's looking for you. You can start over, make something of yourself, or get revenge. The last word echoed in his mind. Revenge. His mother's face appeared again, her warm, loving smile now replaced by the shadow of a violent death. Izuku clenched his fists, ignoring the pain in his arms. I can't let this go on like this. I can't. Himiko smiled, although this time her expression was more serious. Well, Izuku, if you're going to do anything, you're going to need help. And it seems like right now, you only have me. For the first time in days, Izuku felt a spark of purpose in his chest. Though the pain was still there was something else now, a reason to keep going. Thank you, Himiko. She shrugged, her smile returning. No problem. Just promise me one thing. That, when this is all over, make sure it's fun. Izuku didn't respond, but deep down, he swore he would do whatever it took to uncover the truth and make those responsible pay. The Hero Commission office was dark and quiet, save for the sound of All Might's boots hitting the marble floor. Even in his weakened form, his presence filled the room with palpable tension. When he arrived at the main office, the Commission's top brass were waiting for him, their expressions serious and calculating. I hope you have a good explanation, All Might said in a deep voice, although his skeletal physique seemed to diminish his authority. The Commission president, a gray-haired woman with an impenetrable expression, looked at him calmly from her seat. Explanation: I'm not sure what you mean, Toshinori. All Might dropped a newspaper onto the table. The front page featured the headline, Gas Leak Causes Deadly Explosion in Musudafu. Don't lie to me, he snapped, his voice firmer. I know this wasn't a simple gas leak. This bears your mark. What did you do? A brief silence fell in the room before the president sighed. Toshinori, I understand your concerns, but you can't come here accusing us without proof. I don't need proof, All Might shouted, slamming the table with a force that made the papers shake. I know your methods. A child and his mother are dead, and that gas leak is just a front for something darker. The president was unfazed. And if it were, what do you propose to do? Go out and tell the world that the symbol of peace isn't invincible. That a quirkless boy discovered your weakness and it must be neutralized to protect the stability of our society. All Might clenched his fists, his body shaking with rage. He was just a kid. A boy who knew too much, the president replied, rising from her chair. Understand this, Toshinori, your image is the only thing holding this world together. If the public loses faith in All Might, chaos will ensue. Is that what you want? All Might stepped back, feeling as if he'd been punched in the chest. His words were cruel, but he couldn't deny the truth in them. For years, he'd carried the responsibility of being the symbol of peace, and now that symbol was in danger. I didn't mean for this to happen, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The president looked at him with something that seemed a mixture of compassion and disdain. No one said it would be easy to be the symbol of peace. Sometimes, sacrifices are necessary. This was one of them. All Might didn't reply. He knew any words would be useless. But the weight of guilt and shame crushed him. He had failed not only as a hero, but as a human being. Without another word, he turned and left the office, his hunched silhouette projecting against the brightly lit walls. As he walked down the hallway, a single question echoed in his mind. What kind of hero am I if I allowed this? The symbol of peace, the strongest man in the world, now felt weaker than ever. The door to Himiko's shelter swung open, shattering the stillness of the night. Izuku, still weak and dazed, immediately tensed. His mind, still clouded by trauma, filled with images of persecution and danger. He tried to get up, but the pain in his arms and neck kept him immobile. Himiko, on the other hand, reacted completely differently. Her face lit up with joy, and she ran toward the entrance. Stain, he shouted, his voice full of emotion. Izuku watched cautiously as a tall, muscular man entered the shelter. His presence was imposing, even in the dim light. He wore light, worn armor, with bandages covering parts of his face and body. A long red scarf billowed behind him, and his expression was stern, as if he carried the weight of the world. Himiko lunged at him as if she were seeing an older brother she hadn't seen in years. I thought you were never coming back, she exclaimed, hugging him briefly before stepping back with a smile. Stain gave her a slight smile, a rare gesture on his hardened face. I couldn't leave you alone for too long. You know how you are. He pulled a bag from his back and handed it to her. Himiko quickly opened it, revealing bread, some canned food, and a clean bottle of water. Real food. I knew you wouldn't let me starve to death. As Himiko excitedly rummaged through the supplies, Stain finally laid eyes on Izuku. His expression changed, becoming more analytical, almost inquisitive. And who is this? He asked in a tone that made Izuku flinch slightly. It's Izuku, Himiko replied nonchalantly, sitting back down next to the mattress he was resting on. I found him lying in a dumpster after an explosion. It's a bit broken, but I think it's interesting. Stain frowned, slowly approaching Izuku. An explosion. What were you doing there, kid? Izuku swallowed, feeling the weight of the man's gaze. Though he was weak, his resolve began to resurface. I wasn't doing anything. My house, my mother. Her voice broke, and she lowered her head as she tried to hold back her tears. Stain exchanged a quick glance with Himiko, who simply shrugged. He sighed and sat on the floor across from Izuku, crossing his legs. I can see you're carrying something heavy, kid. But if you're here, it means the system failed you. The same system I've sworn to destroy. Izuku looked up, his gaze meeting Stain's. There was something in them, something that reminded him of the rage he felt inside. What will you do now? Stain asked, his voice firm but not hostile. Will you mourn for what you lost, or will you do something about it? The words hit Izuku like a slap. For a moment, the pain in his heart was replaced by a spark of something else, rage. Rage at the system that had left him behind, that had killed his mother and declared him dead. I want to make them pay, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, but charged with growing strength. Stain nodded slowly, as if he had expected that answer. Then learn to survive, kid. If you want to take on the system, you'll need strength, cunning, and allies. Himiko, listening to the conversation, smiled from ear to ear. That means you're staying, Stain. Right. Stain didn't respond directly, but his presence was answer enough. As Himiko handed out the food, Izuku felt like, for the first time since the explosion, he had a purpose. Maybe this strange trio would be the start of something much bigger. Stain watched Himiko and Izuku from across the abandoned shop, his stern expression unfazed as his thoughts betrayed him. Though he'd convinced himself the world was a cruel, corrupt place that needed to be purged, he couldn't ignore the soft spot he felt for children like them. Those who'd been rejected, forgotten by a system that was supposed to protect them. 2 years ago, he'd found Himiko in a similar situation. She was a fragile, disoriented child, shivering in the relentless December cold. Her tears had carved a trail down her grimy face, and her barely audible words had told him a story of abandonment that Stain couldn't ignore. Though he wasn't a savior, he couldn't leave her there to die. Now she saw the same pain in the green-haired boy Himiko had brought to the shelter. His physical fragility contrasted with the spark of fury and determination that was just beginning to blossom within him. What are you looking at? Himiko asked with a mischievous smile, bringing Stain out of his thoughts. He shook his head and walked over to the makeshift corner where the two of them were. Just thinking about how quickly this place will end if you two keep attracting trouble. Himiko rolled her eyes and gave him a light push on the arm. Oh, come on, Stain. You know I don't get into trouble. Trouble finds me. Stain let out a short, nasal laugh, something rare for him. Then, he turned to Izuku, who was watching him cautiously from the mattress. How are you, kid? She asked, her tone softer than Izuku expected. Izuku hesitated before answering. Better, thanks to Himiko. She's good at finding ways to survive. Stain crossed his arms, leaning slightly toward him. But surviving isn't enough. If you want to do more, if you truly want to change something, you'll need strength. Izuku clenched his fists, the words echoing in his mind. There was something in Stain's gaze, a mix of hardness and compassion, that made him feel he could trust him, at least for now. Himiko chimed in, smiling broadly. Stain's always lecturing, but he's kind-hearted. He won't admit it, but he saved me from freezing to death 2 years ago. Right, big brother. Stain grunted in response, clearly uncomfortable with the term. Don't exaggerate. I just did what anyone with a modicum of decency would do. Himiko laughed, ignoring his discomfort. Of course, of course. That's why you keep bringing us food every time you show up. Admit it, Stain, you love us. The man shook his head, though a slight smile appeared on his lips. He then looked at Izuku seriously. Listen, kid, the world isn't kind to the weak. If you're willing to fight, to get your hands dirty to change it, then you have a chance. But if you're not, well, then this system will crush you like it does everyone. Izuku nodded slowly, feeling the weight of those words. For the first time since the explosion, he had a glimmer of clarity about what he should do. And while he still didn't know exactly how, he knew he wasn't completely alone. Stain stood up, heading for the exit. Rest. Tomorrow we'll talk about what comes next. As the rusty door closed behind him, Himiko looked at Izuku with a smile. See, I told you he's a grump with a heart. Izuku couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps, he thought, this strange group was just what he needed to find his place in a world that had rejected him. Izuku Midoriya writhed on the mattress, his body covered in cold sweat as images from his nightmare consumed him. Over and over again, he saw his mother sitting at the kitchen table, the knife stained with blood, and then the explosion that threw him into the void. The sound was deafening, the smell of ash and blood surrounded him, and helplessness crushed him. His breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling frantically as he mumbled in his sleep. Mom, no. Please, Mom. From her corner, Himiko watched him. At first, she thought he was simply restless, but when he began to mutter and move violently, she knew something was wrong. She approached silently, leaning over him. Izuku, wake up, she whispered, gently touching his shoulder. When he didn't respond, her yellow eyes softened. She knew what nightmares were, she'd had enough of them to recognize the terror they conveyed. Without giving it much thought, she sat on the edge of the mattress and hugged him tightly. The touch seemed to pierce the barrier between his nightmare and reality. Izuku stopped, his breathing still erratic, but the trembling in his body began to calm. Although he was still asleep, something about the warmth of Himiko's embrace felt familiar. It wasn't like his mother's, but it felt warm, safe, as if protecting him from the darkness. It's okay. Everything's okay. Himiko murmured, gently stroking his hair as his breathing steadied. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurring with tears. For a moment, he didn't know where he was, but when he saw Himiko hugging him, reality returned. Himiko, she murmured, her voice breaking, not knowing what to say. She smiled, though her tone was softer than usual. It's okay. We all have nightmares. You just need to rest. Izuku swallowed, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude. He'd never expected that kindness from someone like Himiko, but here she was, offering him comfort he didn't even know he needed. Thank you, he whispered, closing his eyes again as she remained by his side. You don't have to thank me, Himiko said, resting her chin on his shoulder. I don't know much about this either, but I'm not going to let you sink, Izuku. As silence returned to the shelter, Himiko stayed by his side, holding him until he fell asleep again. For the first time in a long time, Izuku felt that, even though the world was cruel, there was someone willing to stay with him in his darkness. Izuku Midoriya sat on the mattress, examining the bandages covering his arms and neck. Though the burns still hurt, the pain had lessened enough that he could move without much difficulty. He had learned to endure it. After all, physical pain was something he could understand, something that couldn't compare to the emptiness in his chest. It had been a week since Himiko found him, and in that time he'd begun to adjust to the shelter's strange dynamics. Himiko, though unpredictable, always made sure he had something to eat and that his wounds were clean. Even Stain had visited him a couple of times, observing him with that mixture of hardness and curiosity he was beginning to recognize. The shelter door creaked open, and Izuku looked up to see Himiko walking in with a bag dangling from each hand. I'm back, he announced with his usual smile, dropping the bags on the floor. And I brought surprises. Izuku leaned forward slightly, feeling somewhat curious. What did you find this time? Himiko began taking things out of the bags, a mix of food and worn clothes. Well, first, food. He pulled out a couple of loaves of bread, some cans of soup, and a bottle of water. And, second, he pulled out a pile of clothes. New clothes for you. Izuku looked at the clothes with a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment. All week, he'd been wearing the same school uniform he'd been wearing the day of the explosion. Now it was dirty, torn, and covered in burn marks. Thank you, Himiko, she said, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. She smiled broadly, throwing him a shirt. Don't get all sentimental on me, Izuku. I'm just tired of seeing you with that thing. Besides, I don't want this place to smell anymore. Izuku took the shirt, laughing softly for the first time in what seemed like an eternity. The clothes were simple. A gray t-shirt, sweatpants, and a light jacket, but to him, it was a luxury compared to what he had. How did you get all this? She asked as she began to change. Himiko shrugged, sitting on the floor with a can of soup in her hand. A little of this, a little of that. Call it talent, Izuku. You learn to be creative when you don't have much. Izuku didn't respond immediately, but as he finished putting on his new clothes, he couldn't help but feel a strange warmth in his chest. Even though his world was shattered, someone had taken the time to care for him. Well, Himiko asked, looking him up and down with her hands on her hips. How does it look? Izuku smiled shyly. It fits me perfectly. Thank you. Himiko made a fake face. Oh, please don't get sentimental again. Now eat something before I regret sharing it. As the two sat down to eat, Izuku began to realize that while his pain hadn't gone away, he was learning to endure it. And, with Himiko by his side, he was starting to find reasons to keep going, one day at a time. The rusty door of the shelter creaked open, and Stain silently entered, his dark silhouette filling the space. Himiko looked up from her place on the floor, where she was organizing their few remaining supplies, while Izuku, sitting on the mattress, watched the man cautiously. Stain closed the door behind him and dropped a bloody bag on the floor. His movements were slow, but his expression showed more than just exhaustion. There was an intensity in his eyes that made both young men tense. What happened? Himiko asked, setting the supplies aside. Stain slumped onto a nearby crate, wiping his knife with a rag. His voice was deep, as always, but there was a tinge of gravity to his tone. A hero. One of those fake ones. A coward who only cared about money and fame. Izuku stared at him, his heart racing. What did it have to do with all this? Stain put the knife aside and crossed his arms, looking directly at Izuku. That bastard worked as a bodyguard for a member of the commission. He tried to back out when I confronted him, saying it wasn't important, that I should look for someone higher up. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, but he didn't say anything. I gave him a chance to talk, Stain continued, his eyes dark. And he did. He told me the explosion in your house wasn't an accident. It was a cover-up. They said the boy knew too much. The silence in the shelter was almost deafening. Izuku felt his breath catch. Stain's words hit him like a sledgehammer to the chest. Did I know too much? She repeated in a whisper, her mind struggling to process what she was hearing. Stain nodded slowly. You knew about All Might. About his weakness. The commission couldn't risk someone like you talking. They didn't care that you were a child. They didn't care that your mother had nothing to do with it. Izuku closed his eyes, images of his mother and the explosion filling his mind once again. But this time, there wasn't just pain. There was something else. Rage. A burning fury that began to grow inside him, fueled by the injustice and cruelty of what had happened. They killed her, he murmured, his voice trembling. All to protect a corrupt system. Stain watched him closely, seeing how the boy began to transform, his pain turning into a dangerous determination. Yeah, and if you want to do something about it, you'll have to be ready to get your hands dirty. There's no room for innocence in this fight, kid. Himiko, who had remained silent, approached Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. Her usual smile was gone, replaced by a seriousness she rarely displayed. We're with you, Izuku. We're going to make them pay. Izuku looked up, staring at both of them. For the first time, he felt like he wasn't alone in his grief. He'd found allies in a world that had betrayed him, and now he had a clear purpose, to bring down those responsible, no matter the cost. I will, he finally said, his voice firm. I will make them pay for what they did to my mother. Stain nodded, pleased with the determination in the boy's eyes. Then get ready. This is just the beginning. Stain sat in the shelter long after Izuku and Himiko had gone to sleep. His knife rested beside him, forgotten as his thoughts consumed him. The revelation he'd extracted from the false hero hadn't just rocked Izuku's world, it had destroyed his. For years, Stain had lived with a clear purpose, to purge the world of corrupt heroes, those who cared more about money, fame, or power than protecting the innocent. For him, there was only one beacon in that darkness, All Might. All Might had been the symbol of everything a hero should be, selfless, brave, protective. In Stain's mind, he was the only true hero in a corrupt system. But now, Now he knew that even that beacon had shadows. Complicity, he murmured to himself, his hoarse voice echoing in the silence of the shelter. The false hero had spoken clearly. The Hero Commission had decided to eliminate Izuku and his mother to protect All Might's secret. And even though the decision had been theirs, All Might had remained silent. He hadn't tried to stop them. He hadn't protected the boy or his family. Stain clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. How could he? He asked himself, his voice thick with disbelief and fury. His idol, the only one he'd ever believed in, had allowed an innocent mother to die and a child to be persecuted simply for knowing too much. The reasons didn't matter, the justifications didn't matter. That act was everything Stain despised in false heroes. He jumped up, pacing. His mind was in turmoil, his worldview reeling. All this time, was I an idiot for believing in him? But even as anger consumed him, another voice in his mind stopped him. A voice he hadn't wanted to listen to. Maybe All Might isn't a true hero, but what would you do if you were in his shoes? If the whole world depended on you? If one truth could destroy everything you fought to protect? Stain stopped pacing, his hands shaking. It was a question he didn't want to answer. All his life, he'd believed in absolutes, true heroes and false ones. But now, those absolutes were crumbling. He looked down at the mattress where Izuku slept, his face still marked by pain. The boy wasn't to blame for anything, but he had suffered the consequences of a corrupt system. And All Might, was he an accomplice or just a man caught in a web of lies too big to break? Stain took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he tried to calm his mind. The anger was still there, but now it was accompanied by something else, a renewed determination. If All Might has fallen, then there's no one left to stop this system. No one but us. He turned toward the exit, gripping the knife in his hand. For now, he would protect Izuku and prepare him for the coming battle. But a part of him knew that sooner or later, he would have to confront his former idol. And in that encounter, he would discover the truth about what it meant to be a true hero. The hot August air filled the shelter as Izuku Midoriya, his clothes soaked with sweat, stood before Stain. His arms trembled with exertion, and his burns, though nearly healed, still left visible scars on his skin. But it wasn't physical pain that dominated his eyes. It was something deeper, a burning desire for justice, for revenge. Again, Stain said coldly, throwing a blunt knife at him. Izuku caught the weapon with difficulty, his fingers still learning how to handle the weight and balance. It had been 2 months since Stain began training him, and while his progress was evident, Stain knew he was still far from ready. If you keep carrying that rage unchecked, they'll kill you before you even set foot near the commission, Stain continued, pacing around Izuku like a predator inspecting its prey. Izuku took a deep breath, adjusting his posture as he faced the man who was now his mentor. I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes. Stain stopped and stared at him. You're wrong. You should care. If you die, everything you want to achieve goes with you. Justice, revenge, none of those things mean anything if you don't survive. Izuku gritted his teeth, raising the knife more firmly. Then teach me how to survive. A small, crooked smile appeared on Stain's face. There was something about the boy that reminded him of himself years ago, before the world had hardened him completely. That's what I'm doing, but it won't be easy. Revenge comes at a price, Izuku, and you need to be willing to pay it. Himiko watched from a corner, sitting on a pile of boxes while eating stolen bread. Is it really necessary to be so harsh with him? She asked, her mouth full. Izuku's doing everything he can. Stain looked at her sideways. The commission will show no mercy. If you don't learn to stand up to them, they'll crush you. Himiko snorted, but didn't respond. Though her tone was light, she knew Stain was right. The Hero Commission was ruthless, and if Izuku wanted to take them on, he'd need all the strength and skill he had. Again, Stain ordered, taking a few steps back and adopting a defensive stance. Izuku launched a knife attack, his technique more refined than before but still riddled with flaws. Stain blocked it with ease, moving like a shadow as he disarmed Izuku with a quick twist. Too slow, Stain growled, handing the knife back. Again. The training days were grueling, but Izuku didn't give up. Every blow, every fall, and every correction from Stain was a step closer to his goal. He learned to handle knives, to move silently, to use his surroundings to his advantage. But beyond the techniques, Stain tried to instill something more important in him: control. Rage can drive you, but it can also destroy you if you don't master it, he said one night, while Izuku was practicing knife throwing. Don't let it consume you. Izuku nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Though his body was exhausted, his spirit still burned. He didn't just train for revenge. He trained for justice for his mother and to ensure no one else had to suffer like he did. Stain watched him from a distance, arms crossed. Though he was a hardened man, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of respect for the boy. Perhaps, he thought, Izuku had the potential to become more than just an avenger. Perhaps, in time, he could be the spark that ignites the change Stain had dreamed of. The night was quiet in the shelter, broken only by the soft sound of the wind blowing through the cracks in the walls. Izuku and Himiko lay together on the mattress they'd shared for over 2 months, but this time neither of them could sleep. The shadows in the room seemed denser, carrying a weight they both felt but hadn't discussed until that moment. Izuku stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, while Himiko, beside him, played with a strand of his blonde hair. Finally, it was Himiko who broke the silence. "I can't sleep," he said, his tone softer than usual. Izuku turned his head to look at her. "Me neither." She gave a soft, almost sad laugh and dropped her hand back onto the mattress. "What's going on in your head, Izuku?" Izuku hesitated at first, but after a moment he sighed, closing his eyes. "My mom. It's always her. Everything I do, everything I feel, it always comes back to her." Himiko remained silent, letting him speak. "She was everything to me. My dad left when I was little, so it was always just the two of us. When I found out I didn't have a quirk, she was the only one who never stopped believing in me, even when I couldn't believe it myself." Izuku swallowed, his eyes burning with unshed tears. "And now, she's gone. All because of something I didn't even understand." Himiko watched him, her yellow eyes filled with a sadness she rarely let on. After a moment, she sat down on the mattress, hugging her legs. "My parents left me too. Not like yours, but they left." Izuku looked up, surprised. "What happened?" She smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. "When I was a kid, they always told me I should be normal. That I should be a good girl. But my quirk was never normal. It made me want things they thought were wrong." Himiko clenched her hands, her nails digging into her palms. "One day, I couldn't control it. I drank the blood of one of my classmates. I didn't hurt him much, but they saw it as if I'd done something monstrous." Izuku didn't say anything, but his heart tightened as he heard her story. "They told me I was a monster. That I could never be part of a normal family. They left me on the streets and never looked back." Himiko laughed, but there were tears in her eyes. "I guess they weren't wrong, were they?" Izuku sat up, getting to her level. "You're not a monster, Himiko. You're different, but that doesn't mean you don't deserve to be accepted." Himiko stared at him, her tears falling silently down her cheeks. "And you, do you think you can still be accepted, Izuku? After everything that's happened?" Izuku hesitated, but then shook his head. "I don't know, but I want to try. Not for me, for her." Himiko looked at him for a long moment before walking over and leaning against his shoulder. "I guess that's all we can do, right? Try." Izuku nodded, resting his head against hers. For the first time, he allowed himself to feel the warmth of her presence, a connection he hadn't felt since losing his mother. "Thank you, Himiko, for being here," she smiled, wiping away her tears. "Thank you for not running away when you met me." The silence returned, but this time it wasn't awkward. It was a shared silence, filled with a vulnerability they had both hidden for too long. Even though the world was dark and cruel, in that moment, they found some comfort in each other. The night wore on, and the shelter was filled with a deep silence. Izuku and Himiko, cuddled on the mattress, slowly began to fall asleep. The weight of their confessions still hung in the air, but in sharing their stories, they had found a measure of peace, something they hadn't felt in a long time: acceptance. Himiko, snuggled against Izuku's chest, listened to him breathe slowly. For the first time in years, she didn't feel alone, didn't feel like she had to hide. Izuku had seen her for who she truly was, and yet he hadn't rejected her. Her heart was beating fast, but not from fear or anxiety. It was something different, something new. She looked up, seeing Izuku's profile in the dim light. His eyes were closed, but his expression was calm, something Himiko had come to appreciate over the past few weeks. An unknown impulse filled her in that moment, a desire to show him how much he meant to her, how much she appreciated that he was there, sharing her pain and her dreams. Carefully, Himiko leaned in and pressed her lips gently against Izuku's. It was a shy kiss, filled with insecurity, but also with a tenderness she hadn't felt before. To her, it was more than just a gesture. It was her way of telling him that he was different, that she didn't see him as a tool or a distraction. Izuku was the only person who had ever looked at her and not seen a monster. Izuku opened his eyes slowly, surprised by the sensation. Himiko moved away just a few inches, her face flushed and her eyes filled with uncertainty. "I'm sorry," she murmured, looking down. "It's just, you're the only one who's ever seen me as me. Not as something broken or monstrous. I wanted to share this with you." Izuku looked at her, his own emotions a swirl of confusion and warmth. He'd never thought about anything like this, never imagined anyone, especially someone like Himiko, could see him this way. But as he watched her, he saw the same vulnerability he'd shared with her that night. An honesty he couldn't ignore. "You don't have to apologize," he finally said, his voice soft. "Thank you for trusting me." Himiko looked up, her eyes shining with a mixture of relief and happiness. Without another word, she snuggled back into him, closing her eyes as a small smile appeared on her lips. Izuku, still processing what had happened, let out a sigh and put his arm around her, allowing himself to relax for the first time in what felt like years. Though the world was still dark and cruel, in that moment, he found something that made it a little brighter. That night, as they fell asleep in each other's arms, Izuku and Himiko felt something they had thought lost, a glimmer of hope. 4 months later, the heat of the flames illuminated the dark night, casting dancing shadows across the nearby buildings. One of the Hero Commission's secondary headquarters burned like a beacon in the distance, its structure slowly collapsing as the fire consumed everything in its path. Screams and chaos filled the air, but Izuku Midoriya remained unfazed. He stood in front of the building, his hood covering his face, observing his work with a cold, determined gaze. His breathing was calm, even as smoke filled the air. He'd spent months training under Stain, learning to move in the shadows, to strike quickly, and disappear before anyone could react. He knew the peaceful route had never been an option. Not against an enemy so powerful, so entrenched in society. The Commission had already tried to kill him once. If he tried to expose the truth in the traditional way, they would simply discredit him, brand him a madman, a criminal. But they couldn't ignore this. "You have to listen to me now," he muttered to himself, his eyes reflecting the flames. Behind him, Himiko appeared with a mischievous smile, holding a small bag full of documents they had managed to extract from the headquarters before setting it on fire. "You know, this has been a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Those guards were a little boring, though." Izuku turned his head slightly toward her, seeing the spark of emotion in her eyes. Despite everything, Himiko had been his constant companion during these months. Her loyalty and support had helped him stay focused, even in the darkest moments. "Did you find anything useful?" he asked, his voice firm. Himiko nodded, opening the bag to show him. "All sorts of things. Names, contacts, transactions, enough to give them a good scare if we use it correctly." Izuku nodded, satisfied. "This isn't just about a message. We need to dismantle them from within. Every blow has to be calculated." Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the street. Sirens blared in the distance, approaching rapidly. The heroes and security forces had been alerted, as Izuku knew they would be. "It's time to go," he said, adjusting his hood. Himiko tapped him on the shoulder before running into a nearby alley. "Don't make me wait, Izuku." He followed her, but not without taking one last look at the burning building. This was just the beginning. Every action he took from now on would be a statement, a direct challenge to the Commission and everything they stood for. They couldn't silence him, not this time. As he disappeared into the shadows alongside Himiko, a security camera captured his figure for a brief moment. His image would be broadcast on the news the next day, with alarming headlines: "Terrorist attacks Hero Commission headquarters." But for Izuku, that was exactly the point. His message was loud and clear. The corrupt system that had killed his mother and destroyed his life was no longer safe. And he wouldn't stop until justice was served. The shelter was quieter than usual that night. There were no lights or decorations, no cheerful songs echoing through the streets. But for Himiko, this was the best Christmas she'd had in years. For the first time, she wasn't alone, and more importantly, she was with someone who didn't see her as a monster. In a small cardboard box improvised as a table, 2 bowls of instant ramen steamed, filling the room with their aroma. Izuku and Himiko sat together on the mattress, legs crossed, staring at the food in front of them. "It's not exactly a feast, but," Himiko said, holding up her bowl and smiling broadly, "it's our Christmas dinner." Izuku nodded, raising his bowl in a toast. "Thanks for sharing it with me, Himiko." "You too, Izuku." She clinked her bowl against his before taking a deep sip of the hot broth, letting out a contented sigh. As they ate dinner, Himiko couldn't help but glance at him. She knew this Christmas was difficult for Izuku. It was his first without his mother, without the person who had loved him more than anything in the world. But despite the pain she knew he carried, Izuku had made an effort to be present, to share that moment with her. When they finished eating, Himiko leaned into a corner of the shelter and returned with a small package wrapped in newspaper. "I have something for you." Izuku blinked, surprised. "A gift?" Himiko nodded excitedly, handing him the package. "I found it a while ago and sharpened it myself. I know it's not much, but I thought it might help you." Izuku carefully took the package, unwrapping it to reveal a small but sharp knife. Its handle was slightly worn, but Himiko had done a great job restoring it. "It's perfect, Himiko. Thank you." Izuku held it up, admiring it in the dim light. "I promise I'll use it well." "You better," Himiko said, smiling proudly. Izuku pulled something out from behind his back, a pair of warm-colored wool socks. "I have something for you too. It's not much, but I thought you might find it useful for the winter." Himiko took the socks, her expression turning from surprise to excitement. "Did you steal this for me?" Izuku nodded with a slight smile. "I didn't want you to be cold." Himiko stared at him for a moment before throwing herself at him, hugging him tightly. "Thank you, Izuku. No one has ever given me anything." Izuku returned the hug, feeling a warmth in his chest he hadn't felt in months. Even though this Christmas was different, even though the pain of his mother's absence was still present, he didn't feel completely alone. Himiko held the long wool socks in her hands, her eyes shining with a mixture of excitement and wonder. She slowly slid them down her legs, stretching them to her knees. The warmth they provided was more than physical, it was a gesture she had never received before. "They're perfect," she exclaimed, bouncing slightly on the mattress as she looked at them. "Izuku, they're so warm and cute." Izuku couldn't help but smile at her so excited. "I'm glad you like them." Suddenly, Himiko stopped moving and stared at him. Her yellow eyes were filled with tears, but her smile didn't disappear. "It's more than that, Izuku." Her voice trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. "No one has ever done anything so nice for me." Izuku tried to speak, but before he could say anything, Himiko hugged him tightly, her warmth enveloping him. "Thank you, really, thank you for thinking of me, for seeing me as something more than a monster." Izuku raised a hand to stroke her hair, returning the hug gently. "I'll always see you as you are, Himiko." She pulled away just enough to look into his eyes, and in that moment, her happiness transformed into something deeper, more intense. Without hesitation, Himiko took his face in her hands and kissed him, this time with a passion that overwhelmed everything she felt. The kiss was hot, desperate, filled with emotions she couldn't put into words. As her lips moved against Izuku's, Himiko let her nature come out. She gently bit her lower lip, tasting the metallic flavor of his blood. Izuku gasped slightly, surprised, but didn't pull away. Himiko savored the small drop of blood, closing her eyes as a feeling of ecstasy coursed through her body. It wasn't just the taste that excited her, it was the connection, the intimacy she shared with him. She pulled away slowly, her lips stained with a light drop of blood as she looked at him with intense eyes. "Sorry," she said softly, her smile returning, this time more timid. "It's just, I couldn't help it." Izuku touched his lips, still surprised, but seeing Himiko's expression, he could only smile. "You don't have to apologize, Himiko." She hugged him again, burying her face in his neck as she whispered. "I promise I'll always be with you, Izuku. Always." Izuku felt the weight of those words, but he didn't reject them. He knew Himiko was unique, different, and that her way of loving was intense, almost overwhelming. But in that moment, as he held her in his arms, he decided to accept her as she was. The shelter was silent, illuminated only by the faint moonlight that filtered through the cracks in the walls. The chill of the night lingered in every corner, but beneath the threadbare sheets they shared, Izuku and Himiko found a warmth that went beyond physical contact. They were together, naked, not only in body but also in soul. They had shared their fears, their pains, their longings, and now they shared something else, a connection that bound them in a way neither of them had ever experienced before. Himiko, snuggled against Izuku's chest, closed her eyes as she felt the steady beat of his heart. In that moment, the outside world didn't exist. There was no commission, no chases, just the two of them, sharing an intimacy that gave them respite amidst the storm. "I don't know what we are now," Himiko whispered, breaking the silence, her voice trembling slightly. "But I don't want this to end, Izuku." Izuku hugged her tighter, burying his face in her blonde hair. "I don't want it to end either." Her voice was soft, but full of determination. "I don't know what awaits us, but we'll face it together." Himiko looked up, her yellow eyes shining with emotion and something deeper, something she rarely let show, hope. "I never thought I'd find someone who accepted me like you do. I always thought I'd be alone, but you saved me, Izuku." He looked at her, his gaze reflecting the same sentiment. "We saved each other, Himiko." A comfortable silence filled the space as they stared at each other, their hands clasped beneath the sheets. Even though the cold tried to creep into their little refuge, it didn't matter. The warmth they shared kept them safe, at least for that night. They had been abandoned by a world that rejected them, but now they had each other. Even though they couldn't name what they were, they knew it was special, something worth protecting and fighting for. As sleep began to overcome them, Himiko leaned her forehead against Izuku's, whispering, "Merry Christmas, Izuku." He closed his eyes, a small smile appearing on his lips. "Merry Christmas, Himiko." That cold night, two lost souls found refuge in each other's warmth, promising that, no matter what happens, they would face the future together. Spring had arrived, bringing with it the first warm rays of the sun and a fresh air that seemed to soften the weight of the dark days. But for Izuku and Himiko, the most important transformation wasn't in the change of season, but in what had grown between them. 3 months had passed since that Christmas night, 3 months of sharing moments, laughter, silence, and challenges. Their relationship had evolved beyond the simple emotional need to feel accepted. Now, there was a sincere love between them, a connection built on trust and mutual understanding. Himiko watched him as Izuku adjusted the knife she'd given him months ago. They stood in a small clearing on the outskirts of town, practicing quick movements and combat strategies under Stain's occasional supervision. But in that moment, Himiko couldn't tear her gaze away from Izuku. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked, noticing her gaze. Himiko shrugged, a mischievous smile on her lips. "Nothing, I'm just admiring how cute you look when you're so focused." Izuku blushed, looking away as he scratched the back of his neck. "Himiko, don't say things like that all of a sudden." She laughed, jumping up and hugging him from behind. "Why not? It's true. And besides, I don't mind if you go all red, I love seeing you like that." Izuku sighed, but couldn't help but smile as he felt her embrace. Over the months, Himiko had consistently found ways to surprise him with her energy and carefree way of expressing her feelings. "You know," Himiko said, her tone softer as she rested her chin on his shoulder. "For a long time, I thought no one could love me. I thought I was destined to be alone. But then you came along, Izuku, and everything changed." Izuku turned his head slightly to look at her, his eyes reflecting a warmth that Himiko had come to love. "I thought I was alone too. But with you, I feel like I can be myself, without fear of being judged or made fun of. Himiko smiled, turning him so they were face to face. I'll never abandon you, Izuku. I promise. Me neither, Himiko, he replied, taking her hands in his. No matter what happens, I'll always be with you. The two remained silent for a moment, simply enjoying each other's presence. In that clearing, far from the noise of the world, they had found refuge in the love they shared. Stain's deep voice interrupted the moment, though not in a hostile way. If you're done with the drama, we can get back to training. Himiko rolled her eyes, laughing as she grabbed Izuku's hand. Always so romantic, aren't you, Stain? Izuku shook his head, but he couldn't help but laugh along with her. His life was still complicated, full of dangers and challenges, but for the first time in a long time, he felt like he had something to fight for, someone to live for. As they resumed their training, the world around them began to awaken to spring, reflecting the rebirth they had both found in the warmth of their mutual love. Black smoke billowed into the night sky, accompanied by the crackling of flames consuming one of the Hero Commission headquarters. Emergency lights and sirens filled the air, but it was too late. The important files had already been destroyed, and those that hadn't were in Izuku and Himiko's hands. On one of the exterior walls, in large, hastily painted black letters, was the message that had become the symbol of their struggle. We do not forget, we do not forgive. Izuku, his hood covering his face and Himiko's knife in hand, watched the flames from a distance. Himiko stood beside him, smiling contentedly as she wiped a drop of blood from her cheek, a reminder of the guards they had fought to get this far. 10 venues, Himiko murmured, her tone almost playful. We're on a roll, Izuku. He nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the burning building. This isn't just about revenge, Himiko. It's about justice. For my mother. For everyone who has suffered because of this system. Himiko looked at him, her smile softening. I know, and I'm with you, Izuku. Always. As they disappeared into the shadows, carrying leaked hard drives and documents with them, the Hero Commission faced an internal crisis that grew with each attack. In a dark room, lit by the cold light of several screens, the Commission's top brass gathered, their faces tense and filled with frustration. 10 locations on fire, leaked information, and we still don't have a solid lead on who's behind it, one of the directors growled, slamming a closed fist on the table. The public is starting to question us, another said, sounding worried. The leaks are devastating. Corrupt contracts, covert operations, everything is coming out. The commission president, sitting at the end of the table, remained silent for a moment before speaking. This isn't just a physical attack. It's psychological warfare. The message is clear. We're not forgotten, we're not forgiven. And the public is starting to listen. What do you suggest we do? One of the attendants asked. We've mobilized high-level heroes, but these terrorists are like ghosts. They attack and disappear without a trace. The president closed her eyes for a moment before answering. If you want to play ghosts, then we'll bring a hunter. The others exchanged uncertain glances. Who do you have in mind? She opened her eyes, her expression cold and determined. Endeavor. Silence fell over the room. Endeavor, the second-in-command hero, was known for both his skill and his brutality. He wasn't one to leave loose ends, but he was also a risk. His involvement in something so controversial could raise suspicions if it went wrong. Are you sure? One of the directors asked. If this leaks, it'll be a disaster. Nothing can leak out if we eliminate the threat completely, the president replied. We've been patient enough. It's time to end this. Izuku and Himiko sat on the mattress, reviewing the files they had recovered. Each document was another piece in the commission's puzzle of corruption and manipulation. Look at this, Himiko said, pointing to a page. Contracts with heroes to cover up inconvenient accidents. Izuku gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening. This just confirms what we already knew. We need to move on. Himiko nodded, but she couldn't help but worry. She knew each attack brought them closer to danger. The commission would soon take extreme measures, and while she trusted Izuku and what they had accomplished together, she couldn't help but fear what would come next. We're going to bring them down, Izuku, he finally said, his tone filled with determination. For your mom. For us. Izuku looked at her, feeling the same conviction inside him. Yes, let's finish what we started. As the night wore on, the two began planning their next move, unaware that the commission had already put a plan in motion to hunt them down. The night was dark, and everything seemed to be proceeding as usual. Izuku and Himiko had entered the commission's secondary headquarters with the precision and speed they had honed over their months of attacks. The guards quickly fell under their control, the computers were dismantled, and the most sensitive records had been extracted. Now, with everything ready, the next step was to set fire to the building and disappear into the shadows. Himiko, with a mischievous smile, held a can of gasoline while looking at Izuku. Ready to add another number to the list, Izuku nodded, lighting a lighter and letting a spark fall onto a trail of gasoline. The flames began to spread rapidly, illuminating the walls with an orange glow. Let's leave before this gets complicated. They both headed for the back exit, but when Izuku pushed open the door, he stopped dead in his tracks. An intense wave of heat hit him, forcing him to step back. In the alley in front of them, a tall, muscular figure, shrouded in an aura of flames, blocked their path. "So you're the ghosts who've been playing with fire," Endeavor said, his resonant voice full of authority. Himiko took a step back, her eyes widening with a mixture of surprise and excitement. "He's the number 2 hero. This is getting interesting." Izuku raised the knife Himiko had given him, his posture tense as he looked at the hero who had been sent to eliminate them. Endeavor. Before he could react, a burst of fire forced him to roll to the side. Himiko screamed his name as she took cover, and from the other end of the alley, another figure appeared. It was Momo, known as Burnin, her fiery green hair illuminating the darkness. "Did you think you could keep playing this game without someone stopping you?" Burnin said, smiling defiantly as his hands glowed with green flames. Himiko quickly stood up, unsheathing one of the knives she was carrying. "This is fair. 2 against 2 sounds more exciting, don't you think, Izuku?" Izuku stood up, ignoring the heat filling the alley. He knew this was a trap, that they'd been anticipated, and that the odds were against them. But they couldn't give up. "They want to silence us because they're afraid," Izuku said, his voice firm. "I won't stop, not until the commission pays for what it did." Endeavor took a step forward, his flames increasing with each movement. "You've got courage, kid, but you're playing a dangerous game. If you continue down this path, you won't get out alive." Izuku gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the number 1 hero. "They've already taken everything from me. I'm not afraid of dying." With those words, Endeavor's flames burst toward them, beginning a fight that would test everything Izuku and Himiko had learned. They knew they couldn't face the heroes in a direct fight, but they also knew they couldn't allow themselves to be captured. The heat was unbearable, flames filling the alleyway, reflecting the brutality of the battle raging within. Izuku and Himiko were used to facing guards, fighting in the shadows, being quick and precise. But this was different. Endeavor and Burnin were not only stronger, but also more experienced. Every movement of the heroes was packed with precision and power, leaving little room for error. Himiko, holding a knife in each hand, tried to close the distance on Burnin, seeking to take advantage of her speed. But the heroine responded with a burst of green flames that pushed her backward, slamming her into a wall. Himiko groaned in pain but quickly got back up, her gaze filled with determination. "You won't stop me that easily," he shouted, launching himself into the attack again. Burnin laughed, his movements agile as he dodged Himiko's attacks. "You've got guts, girl. But you're not playing in the same league." Meanwhile, Izuku stood directly facing Endeavor. The knife in his hand seemed insignificant compared to the flames surrounding the number 1 hero. Endeavor watched him coldly, as if evaluating his every move. "You're skilled for just a kid," Endeavor said, launching a blast of fire that Izuku barely managed to dodge. "But that won't be enough." Izuku rolled on the ground, quickly getting up to attack with the knife, aiming for a low point. But before he could get close, Endeavor extended his arm, unleashing a blast that knocked him hard to the ground. "Izuku!" Himiko shouted, trying to run towards him, but was stopped by a wall of fire created by Burnin. Izuku tried to get up, his body shaking from the impact. He felt the heat burning his skin, the weight of the struggle crushing him. But the image of his mother, the reason he fought, appeared in his mind, giving him the strength to continue. "I'm not going to give up," he murmured, raising the knife once more. Endeavor looked at him, his expression hardened. "You're not giving up because you don't understand what you're facing." With a swift movement, Endeavor closed the distance between them, punching Izuku in the stomach with enough force to knock the wind out of him. Izuku fell to his knees, gasping, but still holding onto the knife with all his might. Himiko, seeing Izuku in danger, let out a scream of rage and despair. Her movements became more erratic, wilder, as she tried to break through Burnen's encirclement. But the heroine struck her with a kick that knocked her to the ground. "That's enough," Burnen said, pointing a fireball glowing in his hand at her. "Don't make this any harder than it already is." Himiko spat out blood, standing up once more, stumbling but not giving up. "Izuku and we're not going to stop. Ever." Izuku, still on his knees, raised his head to look at Endeavor, his eyes filled with determination despite the pain. "They can beat us, they can kill us, but they can't erase the truth. They can't stop what's already started." Endeavor frowned, but before he could respond, a larger burst of flames inside the building began to spread toward the alley. Emergency alarms blared louder, and the heroes were forced to retreat momentarily to avoid being trapped. "Now," Izuku shouted, taking advantage of the distraction to grab Himiko and run into a side alley. They both limped away, their bodies wounded and their strength diminished. But as the flames consumed the headquarters behind them, they knew the fight wasn't over. They had been beaten, humiliated, but they were still alive. And as long as they were alive, they wouldn't stop. The alleyway was narrow, barely wide enough for Izuku and Himiko to run together as they tried to escape the flames and Endeavor's fury. But they hadn't gotten far when the number 2 hero, his pride wounded and his patience exhausted, decided to end the chase once and for all. "You won't escape me," Endeavor roared, raising his arm and unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that lit up the alley in a blinding glare. Izuku, having seen it coming, reacted instinctively. He turned toward Himiko, pushing her aside with all the strength he could muster. "Himiko, watch out," she shouted as they both fell to the ground. The torrent of fire grazed them, consuming the walls of nearby buildings. But although Izuku had managed to save Himiko, he couldn't completely avoid the flames. Indescribable pain coursed through him as his right leg was caught on the edge of the attack. Izuku's scream echoed through the alley as the fire devoured his leg. When the flames dissipated, the limb was charred black and mangled, unable to bear any weight. "Izuku!" Himiko screamed, crawling toward him with tears in her eyes. Her gaze flicked between Izuku's shattered leg and his face, which was pale with pain. Izuku was breathing heavily, his hands shaking as he tried to sit up. He knew they didn't have time to stop, not with Endeavor so close. "I'm fine," she gasped, although the sweat and tears on her face said otherwise. "No, you're not," Himiko said, her voice cracking as she tried to help him up. "I can't leave you here, Izuku." From the other end of the alley, Endeavor's flames began to grow again as he strode toward them. "There's no escape for you. I'll end this now." Himiko stared at Izuku, her mind working frantically. She couldn't face Endeavor alone, not in the state Izuku was in, but she also couldn't allow himself to be caught. "Trust me, Izuku." Her voice was firm, though her eyes were filled with desperation. Before Izuku could respond, Himiko picked him up as best she could, placing him over her shoulder. Her steps were wobbly, but her determination was unwavering. "You can't run forever," Endeavor shouted, unleashing another blast of fire that lit up the alley like daylight. Himiko ran with all her might, turning sharply down a side alley just before the flames reached them. Her legs trembled under Izuku's weight, but she refused to stop. "Just hold on a little longer, Izuku, just a little longer," she murmured, tears streaming down her face as she ran into the darkness. Although the pain was unbearable, Izuku weakly raised a hand to touch Himiko's shoulder. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Himiko didn't respond, but her grip on him tightened. She knew that no matter what, she wouldn't leave him behind. Even though the price of this fight was high, she wouldn't let Izuku pay alone. As flames and Endeavor's screams filled the air behind them, Himiko and Izuku disappeared into the shadows, marking the end of a brutal battle but not the end of their fight. Himiko ran with all her might, Izuku's body on her shoulders. Her breathing was uneven, her steps wobbly, but her determination remained undiminished. However, her escape was rudely cut short when Burnin appeared out of nowhere, launching a kick that sent her slamming into a wall. The impact was brutal, leaving her stunned as Izuku fell to the ground with a groan of pain. Himiko tried to get up, but the time it took her to recover was enough for Endeavor to catch up to them. The number 2 hero approached Izuku with firm steps, his gaze filled with suppressed fury. He bent down, grabbing the boy by the hair and lifting him as if he weighed nothing. Izuku, barely conscious, opened his eyes with difficulty to meet the heroes. "Is this all that's left of you?" Endeavor asked, his voice thick with contempt. A kid who thinks he can challenge the system. But what Endeavor didn't expect was the spark of defiance that still burned in Izuku's eyes. With a final effort, Izuku raised the small knife Himiko had given him and plunged it under Endeavor's arm, into the space where his suit's armor didn't protect him. "You're not a hero," Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs as the knife pierced the flesh. Endeavor roared in pain, letting go of Izuku and bringing a hand to his side. With a furious swing, he threw him against the wall like a rag doll. Izuku hit the wall with a thud, his body falling to the ground as if he were broken. Himiko, still staggering, called out his name. "Izuku." Endeavor turned on the boy, his flames roaring with terrifying intensity. "This ends here." Without a second thought, he launched a blast of fire directly at Izuku, an explosion of heat and light that lit up the entire alley. "Run!" Izuku shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. His gaze met Himiko's, filled with desperation and love. "Run, Himiko!" Himiko froze, her tears falling as she watched the flames consume Izuku. But his words broke her from her trance, and although every fiber of her being wanted to run to him, she knew she couldn't disobey his last request. The flames devoured everything. When the attack ended, nothing remained. No ashes, no trace of Izuku Midoriya's body. Just a dark void and Endeavor's figure, panting as he lowered his arms. Burnin, who had been watching from the sidelines, was paralyzed by the scene. Her eyes were wide open, her expression a mixture of disbelief and horror. What did we do?" he murmured, his voice trembling. Endeavor, still enraged, didn't respond. He just stared at the spot where Izuku had been moments before. Himiko, hiding in the shadows of the alley, bit her fist to stifle a cry of pain as bitter tears streamed down her face. She had lost Izuku, the only person who had accepted and loved her for who she was. But even in her despair, something inside her began to burn, a fury that threatened to consume her. As she slowly walked away, she vowed that Izuku's sacrifice would not be in vain. His fight, his message, would not die with him. The night continued, but for Himiko and the Commission, nothing would be the same. The alley was filled with smoke and the residual heat from the flames that had engulfed the place moments before. Reporters and cameramen rushed to the scene, their microphones and bright lights pointed directly at hero number 2, Endeavor. Beside him was Burnin, whose expression reflected a mixture of tension and discomfort. "Endeavor," a reporter shouted as he advanced through the crowd. "Can you confirm if this was the person responsible for the attacks on the Hero Commission headquarters?" Endeavor, his imposing figure and flames still burning faintly from his body, turned toward the cameras. His expression was grave, but inside, a whirlwind of emotions churned: frustration, doubt, and a hint of guilt. "The person responsible for the recent acts of terrorism has been neutralized," he declared firmly. "The danger is over. Can you give us more details about how you arrested him?" Another reporter asked. "What does the Commission know about your motivations?" Burnin opened his mouth to reply, but his voice cracked as he tried to speak. The scene he had just witnessed kept replaying in his mind. The flames devouring the boy, his final defiance, and the look of horror in Himiko's eyes before she disappeared. Endeavor, noticing his silence, spoke up. The individual was extremely dangerous, with multiple attacks to his name that put the safety of our citizens at risk. We acted quickly and decisively to stop the threat before it could cause further damage. A reporter raised her voice above the murmur. "Is it true that the perpetrator was just a young man? There are rumors that it was a teenager." Endeavor hesitated for a moment, but his stance remained firm. Age doesn't change the fact that he represented a clear and present danger. His actions not only destroyed property, but also put lives at risk. The questions began to rain down. What evidence do you have of his connection to the attacks? How did the Commission respond to the attack? What will happen now with the investigations? Vernon, unable to bear the tension any longer, stepped back, moving away from the cameras, his hands shaking slightly. The reporters noticed his absence, but continued to focus on Endeavor. What message do you have for those who might support this terrorist? One of them asked, bringing his microphone closer. Endeavor looked directly into the camera, his flames burning brighter as he spoke. We will not tolerate any attempt to subvert the order and security of our society. If anyone else attempts to follow this path, they will be stopped with the same force and determination. Though his words were forceful, a part of Endeavor knew something wasn't right. He'd ended a life that night, one that, though challenging, was driven by a pain he couldn't ignore. As the cameras continued to focus on him, the weight of his decision became more evident. And while the public would welcome his statement as a triumph, those closest to the truth knew the story wasn't as simple as it seemed. Once away from the lights and reporters' questions, Vernon couldn't contain his emotions any longer. He turned to Endeavor, his green flames burning brighter than usual. What the hell was that, Endeavor? He shouted, his voice shaking with a mixture of anger and frustration. He was a child, a criminal, yes, but a child. He didn't have to die like that. Endeavor, his face still hardened, extinguished the flames on his arms. His imposing posture didn't waver as he faced his assistant's furious gaze. That boy was already dead before tonight, Vernon. The words left her bewildered, but her fury did not diminish. What does that mean? It's no excuse for what you did. There aren't even any ashes left. Endeavor sighed, looking away for a moment before looking back at her. Do you want to know who he really was? Vernon nodded, crossing his arms as he tried to contain his flames. Izuku Midoriya, Endeavor began, his voice lower but carrying weight. A quirkless boy, marked by the system since the day he was born. But it wasn't his lack of quirk that led him here. It was something much bigger. Vernon watched him intently, his anger mixing with curiosity and confusion. Almost a year ago, that boy met All Might and discovered his secret, his weakness. The Commission decided he was a risk, and they took action. What kind of measures? Vernon asked, although he was already beginning to fear the answer. Endeavor closed his eyes for a moment, as if the memory of the incident weighed on him. They faked a gas leak in his apartment. His mother died in that explosion. He survived, somehow, but was officially presumed dead. Vernon took a step back, his mind trying to process what he had just heard. Are you saying the Commission marked him for death? A child? Endeavor nodded slowly. What you saw tonight wasn't the death of a criminal. It was the end of someone who had already lost everything. He wasn't fighting to destroy, he was fighting to expose the truth, to avenge his mother. Vernon let out a gasp, covering his mouth as his eyes filled with tears. And were we part of that? Endeavor didn't respond immediately. He knew that his role in this system, in maintaining order, wasn't without its shadows. Peace comes at a price, Vernon. It always has. That doesn't excuse it, she screamed, her flames burning brighter. That boy was right, Endeavor. This system is broken, and all we did was silence it. Endeavor stood firm, but his eyes showed a flash of doubt. I did what I had to do. If I didn't stop him, more people would have gotten hurt. Or did you simply protect the Commission and its rotten system? Vernon retorted, his voice filled with contempt. The silence that followed was deafening. They both knew Vernon's words held truth, but Endeavor couldn't allow himself to admit it. For him, his duty as a hero had always come before everything else, even if it meant burdening himself with impossible decisions. Vernon, his heart broken and his mind in chaos, took a step back. I don't know if I can continue working for someone who thinks that was right, Endeavor. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked out, leaving Endeavor alone with his thoughts. For the first time in a long time, the second-string hero felt the weight of his actions not as a burden of duty, but as a crack in his own morality. Himiko barely remembered how she'd gotten to the shelter. Her mind was in turmoil, a mix of adrenaline and desperation that had kept her running relentlessly, even as her legs trembled and her lungs burned. But now, as she crossed the rusty door and saw the mattress they'd shared for months, reality hit her like a torrent. The silence in the room was overwhelming. Gone were Izuku's laughter, his voice calming her after a bad day, and his comforting presence in the darkness. Himiko slumped onto the mattress, her face buried in the worn blankets. They still held Izuku's scent, a mix of sweat, exertion, and something she could only describe as him during their nights together. "Izuku," she murmured, her voice breaking before tears began to flow. He couldn't hold it back any longer. All the pain, anger, and helplessness he'd been suppressing burst forth at once. Himiko wept uncontrollably, her body trembling as her mind replayed the image of the flames devouring him, of his final scream pleading with her to flee. "It wasn't meant to be like this," he shouted, pounding the mattress with his clenched fists. His voice echoed in the emptiness of the shelter, but no one was there to respond. Himiko curled into herself, hugging the blankets as if doing so could bring him back. She knew it was useless, but she couldn't help it. Izuku had been the only person who accepted her completely, who didn't see her as a monster, who gave her a reason to keep going. And now he was gone. The tears continued to fall until her body couldn't hold on. Exhausted from the pain and exertion, Himiko finally fell asleep, her sobs softening in the stillness of the night. But even in sleep, she found no peace. The flames continued to haunt her, Izuku's screams echoed in her mind, and his absence weighed heavily on her heart. As the shelter remained silent, Himiko slept, hugging the blankets, as if they were her last bond with Izuku. And although the world continued to spin outside, for her, everything had stopped the moment she lost him. Izuku Midoriya screamed, but his voice was swallowed up by the flames surrounding him. Everything was fire and pain. His skin burned again and again, regenerating only to be destroyed again. Every layer of flesh and bone disintegrated into ash as he fell through an endless tunnel of fire and shadow. He didn't know how long he'd been falling. Time had no meaning in that place. Every second was an eternity of agony, and yet Izuku remained conscious. He felt his soul burning, as if everything he'd ever been was being ripped away and molded into something new, something he couldn't comprehend. Finally, the fire seemed to fade, though the warmth still enveloped him like a second skin. With a thud, his body fell onto a hard, rough surface. Izuku gasped, though the act of breathing only brought him more pain. His body was unrecognizable, his skin blackened and charred, his bones visible in places, his eyes barely open. He tried to get up, but the weight of gravity in that place crushed him. Everything was dark, except for a deep red glow in the distance, like a dying sun that barely illuminated the landscape. Around him, the ground was a sea of thorns and bubbling lava, while the air was thick with screams and whispers that never ceased. "Welcome, Izuku Midoriya." The voice boomed like thunder, deep and laced with malice. Izuku looked up with difficulty. In front of him, a gigantic figure emerged from the shadows. It was Malebolgia, the ruler of the eighth circle of hell. His body was an amalgamation of twisted flesh and flames, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce directly into Izuku's soul. "Where am I?" Izuku managed to ask, his voice a broken whisper. Malebolgia smiled, showing sharp, obsidian black teeth. "You are in my realm, mortal. The eighth circle of hell. This is where broken and hateful souls find their purpose." Izuku tried to get up, but his legs wouldn't respond. The pain was unbearable, but something inside him kept fighting. "Why am I here?" "Because you have a hatred that burns hotter than fire itself." Malebolgia leaned toward him, her voice low but full of power. "I have observed your suffering, your rage, your desire for revenge. The system you swore to destroy crushed you, but still, your soul refused to surrender." Izuku gritted his teeth, his mind returning to the flames that consumed him, to Himiko's face, to the promise of justice for his mother. "I didn't give in. I didn't give up." "Exactly." Malebolgia let out a laugh that shook the ground. "And now, I offer you something no mortal can refuse, a second chance." Izuku stared at him, his eyes filled with pain and fury. "What kind of opportunity?" "A pact." Malebolgia extended a monstrous hand toward him. "I will give you a new body, a new power, and the strength to seek revenge on those who took everything from you. But in return, you will serve my army at Armageddon." Izuku fell silent, his thoughts swirling. The offer was tempting, but he also knew that nothing in this place came without a price. "Why me?" he finally asked. "Because you, Izuku Midoriya, have something few possess, the will to destroy a world in order to rebuild it." Malebolgia leaned closer, his eyes glowing like burning coals. "Accept my offer, and I assure you that you will not only fulfill your revenge, but that you will become something far greater than any hero or villain." Izuku stared at the outstretched hand, his mind filling with memories, his mother, Himiko, the flames, the injustice. The decision he was about to make would change him forever, but in that moment, a single word echoed in his mind: revenge. With a last effort, he raised his burned hand and placed it in Malebolgia's claw. "I accept." The pact was sealed, and the flames that had destroyed it now began to rebuild it, molding Izuku into something new, something the world wouldn't be prepared to face. The pain Izuku Midoriya experienced as his body was rebuilt by the hellish essence was unimaginable, beyond any agony he had ever felt in his life. His burned skin and flesh began to be enveloped by a black and white substance, similar to a viscous liquid that writhed as if it had a life of its own. "This is the price of your new power," Malebolgia murmured, watching him with satisfaction. "Pain will forge you, and your memories will keep you whole." Izuku screamed, his voice echoing throughout the eighth circle of hell. Every fiber of his being burned as the substance bonded with him, merging with his soul. But he didn't lose control. In his mind, he clung to memories of Himiko, her laughter, her warmth, her embrace on Christmas night. Those moments were his anchor amidst the storm, giving him the strength to endure the torment. Slowly, the process began to transform him. His bones grew and strengthened, while his muscles expanded beyond what a human body could support. His height increased, reaching 2.10 meters, and his lean figure transformed into a mass of pure muscle, rivaling even Endeavor's imposing physique. The black substance settled over his body, forming a natural armor with white patterns that looked like claws and fangs, as a reminder of the pact he had made. When the pain finally subsided, Izuku fell to his knees, breathing heavily. His hands, now enormous and covered in the black substance, balled into fists as he felt the newfound power course through his veins. He slowly stood up, his shadow lengthening across the underworld, towering and terrifying. Malebolgia looked at him with a satisfied smile. "Look at you, Izuku Midoriya. You're no longer the quirkless boy who once cried for justice. You're now my spawn, my warrior, the destroyer of worlds." Izuku looked at him, his face covered by a partial mask formed by the white substance, revealing only his eyes, which now glowed with an intense green that contrasted with the fiery red of his chest. "I am not your slave, Malebolgia." His voice was deeper, resonant, charged with a power it didn't have before. "I will use this power to take revenge on those who destroyed my life." Malebolgia burst out laughing. "Of course, little spawn. Of course. But remember, everything comes with a price." Izuku didn't respond. His mind was fixed on his goal, his purpose renewed. As he watched his hands and felt the strength coursing through his new body, he knew that the world that had rejected him would soon face something he could never have imagined. The boy who had once been Izuku Midoriya had died in the flames. In his place, a spawn of hell had been born, and with him, a promise: not to forget, not to forgive. Malebolgia watched with satisfaction as Izuku Midoriya's transformation came to a close. The new spawn stood before him, a towering figure clad in black and white armor. Malebolgia's cunning had paid off once again, and as he gazed at his newest creation, his mind sank into centuries of strategy and frustration. Over 200 years ago, when quirks began to manifest in the world, something unexpected happened in hell. The steady stream of damned souls, those who swelled its armies for Armageddon, began to dwindle. The so-called heroes had transformed the world's morality. Instead of succumbing to fear, people clung to a sense of hope, justice, and redemption that weakened hell's power. "Heroes," Malebolgia muttered with contempt, his red eyes glowing in the darkness. "Such a pathetic concept, but incredibly effective at robbing me of what is rightfully mine." The army of spawns Malebolgia had built over millennia began to pale in comparison to what he needed for Armageddon. Every decade, his power diminished, and while he remained one of the most cunning of the infernal dukes, the balance of power in hell was beginning to tip against him. But now, something extraordinary had happened. An innocent soul had arrived in his kingdom. Izuku Midoriya, a young man whose life was shattered not by his own choices, but by a corrupt system and a world that betrayed him. That purity, broken and shaped by hatred and revenge, was a resource Malebolgia couldn't waste. Innocent, but filled with hate, he said softly, his crooked smile revealing sharp teeth. A soul like that doesn't appear in my kingdom every day. As Izuku observed his new body, testing its strength and adapting to his transformation, Malebolgia was already planning his next move. The presence of such a unique spawn in the mortal world would not only spread terror, but also remind humanity that hell had not disappeared. They will stop idolizing heroes and remember the terror of hell, he continued, his words echoing in the arid lands of the Eighth Circle. And when they remember, they will come to me. Izuku, now fully formed as spawn, looked up at Malebolgia. Why did you choose me? He asked, his voice deep and defiant. Malebolgia burst out laughing, enjoying the challenge in his creation's eyes. Because you, Izuku Midoriya, are the perfect tool for my war. Your hatred for heroes, your desire for justice, and your ability to inspire others, all of that will serve me well. The hellish Duke leaned towards him, his burning eyes piercing Izuku's soul. You've become my greatest general, a reminder that hell is always waiting. And when you step foot in the mortal world, everyone will know that not even heroes can escape my shadow. As Izuku turned toward a fiery portal that would return him to the mortal world, Malebolgia watched him with satisfaction. Cunning had always been his greatest weapon, and now, with Izuku as his most powerful spawn, his plan was in motion. The mortal world had forgotten the terror of hell, but Malebolgia knew it wouldn't be for long. Izuku Midoriya's rebirth as spawn was just the beginning of his return to power. The League of Villains base was filled with murmurs and tension as preparations for the attack on the summer camp were finalized. Himiko Toga, now an official member of the organization, was sharpening one of her knives with a crooked smile, though her mind was far from the scene in front of her. Since Izuku's death, Himiko had been living with a constant mix of grief and rage. Shigaraki's promise of revenge, specifically against Endeavor and his allies, was the only thing that gave her a reason to keep going. And tonight, she would finally have the chance to begin collecting that blood debt. Ready, Himiko? Shigaraki asked, approaching her with his casual gait. More than ready, boss, Himiko replied, without taking her eyes off her knife. Shoto Todoroki will be there, right? Shigaraki nodded, his crooked smile reflecting the satisfaction of a leader who had found exactly how to motivate his men. Yes, Endeavor's son will be there. You can play with him a little, consider it a gift for yourself. Himiko nodded, her eyes shining with a mixture of excitement and fury. Perfect. However, the conversation didn't go unnoticed by Dobby, who was watching from a dark corner. Hearing Shoto's name, his expression hardened, and the blue flames that always surrounded him seemed to intensify slightly. Not so fast, Toga, he said, walking toward them with his hands in his pockets. Shoto isn't your toy. Himiko turned to him, her smile disappearing as she looked at him with a challenging gaze. What are you saying, Dobby? He's Endeavor's son, and Endeavor is the one who killed Izuku. Shoto will pay for that. Dobby clicked his tongue, moving closer. Shoto is my brother, and he'll be part of my revenge against our beloved father. But not today, not on your little personal crusade. The tension in the room increased. Himiko stood, clenching the knife in her hand. I don't care if he's your brother. Endeavor took everything from Izuku, and now I'm going to take everything from him. Dobby let out a dry laugh, though his eyes showed no amusement. And you think that's enough? I'm not going to let you use Shoto as your medium for something that has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with it, Himiko screamed, her eyes filling with tears of rage. Endeavor killed him, and you want to protect his son. Shigaraki watched from the sidelines, letting the argument unfold. He knew both villains had personal reasons for wanting Shoto, but he also knew that tonight's mission couldn't be ruined by an internal fight. Enough, he finally interrupted, his voice calm but firm. You'll both have your chance, but it won't be tonight. Himiko and Dobby turned to him, still tense. The goal tonight is the camp itself, not killing Shoto, Shigaraki continued, his tone authoritative. If we let personal emotions cloud our judgment, we'll miss the opportunity to make the impact we need. Himiko gritted her teeth, her hands shaking as she slipped the knife back into her belt. She knew Shigaraki was right, but that didn't calm the storm inside her. Fine. But don't get in my way when my time comes. Dobby didn't respond, just stared at her before turning and walking away. The blue flames surrounding him flickered brightly, as if reflecting his own suppressed anger. Shigaraki watched the two for a moment before smiling slightly. Perfect. Anger is a powerful weapon. You just need to learn how to use it properly. As the night wore on, Himiko prepared for the attack, her mind torn between her mission with the League and her personal revenge. She knew tonight wouldn't be the time to collect on Endeavor's debt, but that day would come. And when it did, she would make sure they paid for everything. Izuku Midoriya stepped through Hell's portal, his senses overwhelmed as the dark energy engulfed him. When he emerged, he did so in the middle of a gloomy forest, where the air was thick with humidity and the distant sound of leaves rustling in the wind filled the air. He paused for a moment, his massive body barely disturbed by the ground beneath his feet. He looked around, recognizing the trees that lined a nearby path. Although the landscape was familiar, something was out of place. He clearly remembered the moment of her death. A night in March, when spring was just beginning and the air was full of life. But now, the forest was different. The leaves, which should have been green and fresh, were beginning to turn yellow, orange, and brown, falling to the ground in crunchy clumps. The air was crisper, with a hint of the changing season. Izuku raised a gloved hand, letting a leaf fall into his palm, watching it as his thoughts churned. How long has it been? He murmured, his voice echoing with a deeper, more powerful tone than before. I knew he died in March, a night filled with flames and pain, when Endeavor had decided his life was worthless. But now, the world seemed to be entering autumn. Months, perhaps half a year, had passed since that fateful day. Time in Hell had been different. There, hours blended into days and weeks, losing all meaning as his body was rebuilt. Every second had been an eternity of pain, but it never occurred to him how much time had passed in the mortal world. Izuku gritted his teeth behind his mask, his hands balling into fists as the memories of his death mingled with the rage burning in his chest. They had tried to destroy him, erase him from existence, but he had returned. And though time had passed, his purpose remained intact. No matter how much time has passed, he said, his voice filled with resolve as his cloak swirled behind him. The world forgot me, but I didn't forget. Izuku began walking through the forest, each step firm and determined. He could feel the change in the air, the weight of the months that had accumulated since her death, but he didn't care. Time hadn't diminished his resolve. If anything, it had strengthened it. As he moved forward, he sensed something else, the energy of corrupted and evil souls tainting the air. His infernal senses were like radar, guiding him toward those who deserved punishment. A dark smile formed beneath his mask. Hell has come to this world, and I am its emissary. The changing of the seasons marked not only the passage of time, but also the beginning of a new era. Izuku had returned, not as the boy he once was, but as something far more dangerous. And with each falling leaf, the world drew a step closer to facing its reckoning. The forest was in chaos. The League of Villains' attack on the summer camp had turned the tranquility of the night into a scene of screams and fire. Muscular, laughing maniacally, advanced on Kota Izumi, a terrified boy who had been cornered on the edge of a cliff. Do you know who I am, kid? Muscular said, his muscle fibers flexing as he moved forward. I'm the one who killed your parents, and now, well, let's just say you're going to join them. Kota tried to back away, but there was nowhere to go. Tears streamed down his face as Muscular raised his quirk-covered arm, ready to crush Kota with a devastating blow. Goodbye, kid. Muscular dropped his blow, savoring the sound he expected. Bones breaking, flesh shredding. But that sound never came. Instead, a metallic sound echoed in the air. Muscular felt intense pain shoot through his arm. He looked down and saw, in disbelief, a reddish metal spike, twisted and burning, pierce his arm, splitting it in two. Blood began to spurt as he recoiled, screaming in pain. What? What the hell? He cursed, his eyes widening as he saw a figure emerge from the darkness. A red cape billowed in the night wind, shifting as if alive. The figure was imposing, standing over 2 meters tall and with muscles that seemed sculpted from metal and flesh. His body was covered in black and white organic armor that seemed to pulse with infernal energy. Muscular stepped back, his muscle fibers contracting instinctively. Who the hell are you? The figure didn't respond immediately. He took a step forward, and the ground seemed to shake beneath his weight. His eyes glowed a deep green, piercing Muscular with a gaze that seemed to come straight from the depths of hell. I am your judge, jury, and executioner, he finally said, his deep voice resonating in the air like thunder. Kota, still trembling, looked up at his savior. Though terrified, something about the figure's presence gave him a glimmer of hope, albeit shrouded in fear. Muscular yelled, ignoring the pain in his arm as he charged towards the figure. I don't care who you are, I'm going to destroy you. Spawn didn't move until the last moment. When Muscular launched his attack, Spawn extended his cape, which transformed into a series of sharp spikes that pierced his enemy's muscle fibers, pinning him to the ground. Muscular screamed in pain, trying to break free, but the spikes were relentless, as if made of the very essence of hell. Your time is up, Spawn said, raising an arm wrapped in black energy. A spear formed in his hand, fiery and lethal, aiming directly for Muscular's heart. Please, no, Muscular begged, his arrogance replaced by pure terror. I can change, I swear. Spawn leaned toward him, his eyes glowing with even greater intensity. Monsters don't change. With a slow, methodical motion, he pierced Muscular's heart with the spear, finishing him off painfully. His body lay motionless, and the flames of the spear consumed him until nothing remained but ash. Spawn turned to Kota, who was staring at him with a mixture of fear and awe. Spawn knelt in front of him, his imposing figure diminishing slightly so as not to intimidate him further. You're safe now, he said, his voice much softer. Kota, tears in his eyes, could barely nod. Spawn reached out a hand toward him, and the boy, though trembling, took it. As Spawn's red cloak enveloped them and led them away from the cliff, the night sky seemed even darker, as if the presence of this new player had upset the balance of everything they knew. But one thing was certain. Hell had left its mark on the hero's world, and this was just the beginning. Spawn walked beside Kota until they reached a point where the boy could return to camp on his own. Kota, though still terrified by what had happened, nodded firmly as Spawn left him. Follow this path. You'll reach the camp, Spawn instructed, his voice deep but calm. Kota hesitated for a moment, but eventually ran off, looking back only once to see Spawn's towering figure disappear into the darkness. Spawn remained silent, feeling the air around him charged with a dark energy. His connection to hell allowed him to perceive the most corrupt and vile souls, and one in particular shone like a beacon of evil in the night. A damned soul, he muttered, his cloak billowing as he shape-shifted, readying for combat. The criminal known as Moonfish emerged from the trees, his disturbing, inhuman presence filling the air. His sharp teeth lengthened and twisted like snakes, reflecting the moonlight as he prepared to strike. Blood, flesh, Moonfish shouted in a shrill voice, his wide eyes filled with madness. I want to taste your flesh. I'm going to give you indigeneity, you bastard, Spawn's disdainful voice echoed through the forest. Moonfish's fangs lashed out at Spawn, swift and deadly, seeking to impale him. But Spawn didn't move. Instead, he raised both hands and caught them with brutal force, snapping them to pieces like dry twigs. Moonfish screamed in pain, falling to his knees as he held his jaw, which was now bleeding from his broken teeth. My power, my teeth. Spawn took a step toward him, his figure growing ever more imposing as his cape spread out behind him like hellish wings. You are an abomination, and your time in this world is over. Before Moonfish could react, Spawn raised a fist wrapped in hellish energy and swung it straight at Moonfish's head. The impact was so powerful that Moonfish's head exploded in an instant, leaving only a lifeless body that fell heavily to the ground. The scene didn't go unnoticed. From behind a nearby group of trees, Katsuki Bakugo and Fumikage Tokiyami had arrived while chasing the villain. They both stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide open as they witnessed the brutality of Moonfish's death. Katsuki, normally defiant, took a step back, his hands igniting small explosions out of pure reflex. What the hell was that? Tokiyami, with dark shadow cowering around him, could barely respond. I don't know, but he's not a hero. Spawn slowly turned toward them, his green eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. For a moment, the two students froze, unable to decide whether to fight or flee. But Spawn showed no interest in them. "This isn't your place," he said in a deep voice, almost like a warning. "Go back to camp, now." Spawn's towering figure remained motionless, surrounded by the cold breeze of the night forest. Moonfish's mangled body lay at his feet, but the newcomer from hell showed no emotion. To him, it was a necessary act, no more meaningful than squashing an insect. Katsuki Bakugo, however, didn't share the same view. His fury exploded like his quirk, and without a second thought, he launched himself at Spawn, screaming at him with a mixture of rage and defiance. "Another damn villain. I'm going to destroy you, bastard." Spawn didn't move until the last moment, as if sizing Katsuki up. When he got close enough, Spawn stepped forward and launched a punch to Katsuki's stomach with unrelenting force. The impact was devastating. Katsuki flew several meters before crashing into a tree, leaving a trail of dirt and torn leaves. He fell to his knees, his face twisted in pain as he coughed up blood. He felt like his stomach was about to burst out of his back, and the force of the blow left him breathless. "What the hell?" he gasped before falling unconscious, his body collapsing to the floor. Tokiyami, who had been observing everything from a safe distance, instinctively took a step back. Dark Shadow, who normally responded to his will, remained cowering around him, trembling like a frightened creature. "Dark Shadow, attack," Tokiyami ordered, trying to hide his own fear. But Dark Shadow didn't move. Instead, he murmured in a trembling voice. "No, I can't face that. He's too dark." Tokiyami stared at Spawn in terror, his eyes widening as he realized what his shadow companion was trying to tell him. Spawn wasn't just strong or cruel, he was an entity beyond his understanding, something that embodied a darkness and evil so profound that even Dark Shadow, a creation of shadows, acknowledged his superiority. Spawn slowly turned his head toward Tokiyami, his green eyes glowing brightly beneath his mask. The newcomer's presence was suffocating, an invisible weight that seemed to crush the air around him. "Do you want to share your friend's fate?" Spawn said, his deep voice booming like thunder. Tokiyami didn't respond, his body frozen in fear. Although everything in him told him to fight, his instincts screamed that he should flee. Spawn took a step toward him, his cape moving as if alive, stretching out behind him like hellish wings. "Go back to camp, boy. I'm not your enemy, today." Tokiyami gulped, his legs shaking as he tried to move Dark Shadow to pick up Katsuki. The effort was useless. Dark Shadow was still frozen. Finally, Tokiyami mustered enough courage to throw Katsuki over his shoulder, backing away slowly before turning and running back to the camp. Spawn watched them disappear into the trees, his gaze cold and calculating. He hadn't felt the need to kill them, they weren't his target, not tonight. Yet he knew they'd seen him, that their presence was already leaving its mark. As the forest fell silent again, Spawn looked up at the sky, where the leaves were slowly falling to the ground. The world doesn't yet understand what's coming. But soon, it will. With a final sweep of his cape, Spawn disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of fear and death that would not be easily forgotten. Izuku, now Spawn, flew silently over the forest. He used his cloak, an extension of his own hellish essence, to glide through the shadows. The presences of Muscular and Moonfish, beacons of pure evil, had already been extinguished by his hands. But other presences remained, faint and scattered, difficult to track. Then, one resonated loudly. It wasn't like the others. It wasn't purely evil, but it was drowned in emotions he knew all too well: pain, rage, and revenge. That presence was familiar, so deeply connected to him that its essence almost seemed to call to him. "Himiko," Spawn muttered, speeding towards the source of that energy. In a forest clearing, Himiko Toga ran after Ochako Uraraka and Tsuyu Asui, her knife gleaming in the moonlight. Her initial goal had been to find Shoto Todoroki to avenge Izuku, but when she stumbled upon the two girls, the opportunity to cause chaos was too tempting to pass up. "Come on, stay still," Himiko shouted, laughing with a mixture of madness and frustration as she chased after the two heroines. Ochako and Tsuyu ran together, trying to come up with a plan to confront the villain, but before they could react, a huge shadow fell from the sky, landing with an impact that made the ground shake. The figure that emerged between them was imposing, covered in black and white armor, with a red cape that seemed to have a life of its own, billowing and passing through solid surfaces like smoke. Ochako and Tsuyu stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at the being standing between them and Himiko. Himiko also stopped, her gaze confused as she pointed her knife at the figure. "And who the hell are you? Don't interfere." But the figure didn't respond. Instead, it slowly turned its head toward Himiko, its green eyes shining with an intensity that made her take a step back. It showed no interest in the two girls Himiko was chasing. All its attention was focused on her. Himiko, used to being underestimated and challenged, raised her knife even more tightly. "I said who you are. Answer." Spawn took a step toward her, his immense cape stretching out behind him like hellish wings. Himiko gritted her teeth, but as the figure drew closer, something inside her changed. The air around her changed. Though this being's appearance was terrifying, there was something familiar about it, something that made her hands tremble. When Spawn suddenly hugged her, a firm but warm embrace, Himiko froze. "Himiko," Spawn said, his voice deep but full of suppressed emotion. Himiko's eyes widened, her knife falling to the floor as a lump formed in her throat. That tone, that way of saying her name, couldn't be possible. "Izuku," she whispered, her voice trembling as she reached up to touch the figure's armor. Spawn didn't respond with words. Instead, he leaned his head toward hers, letting his presence speak for itself. Then Himiko smelled it, the scent that still emanated from him, the same one she remembered from the nights they had shared together. Tears began to well up in Himiko's eyes as she hugged him tightly, her arms surrounding him as if she was afraid he might disappear again. It's you. Ochako and Tsuyu, who had been watching the scene in amazement and confusion, exchanged glances, unsure whether they should flee or stay. But Spawn paid them no attention. To him, only Himiko existed at that moment. "I'm back, Himiko," he finally said, his voice low but full of promise. "I came back from hell for you." Himiko cried inconsolably on Spawn's chest, clinging to him as if afraid he could disappear at any moment. Her embrace was desperate, her tears soaking the black and white armor that covered Izuku's entire body. Although his appearance had changed drastically, deep down she knew he was the same boy she had loved with all her heart. Spawn remained motionless for a moment, his arms carefully wrapping around Himiko. Despite his newfound strength and size, his movements toward her were gentle, almost protective. The red cape that seemed alive moved slowly, as if it too shared the excitement of reunion. Himiko finally looked up, staring directly into Izuku's glowing green eyes. The spectral light emanating from them gave him a terrifying air, but to her, they only reflected the warmth and determination she had always loved in him. "Izuku," she whispered, her voice shaky but full of love. What happened to you?" Izuku looked down at her, his eyes showing a flash of melancholy. "I died, Himiko. I died, and I came back." Himiko swallowed, absorbing his words as her small hands touched his black and white suit, feeling its strange, almost organic texture. His height now overwhelmed her. She barely reached his chest. She had to tilt her head back to look him in the eyes, something she'd never experienced with him before. "You're so big now," she said, almost with a hint of nervous humor as she looked him up and down. "And this suit, your eyes." Izuku let out a sigh, his voice resonating deeply. "This body, this appearance, is the price I paid to return. But I'm still me, Himiko. I'm still the same one who shared that Christmas night with you, the one who promised to always be with you." Himiko smiled through her tears, raising a hand to touch her mask, gently tracing the white lines that spread across her face. "I don't care what you look like. You'll always be Izuku to me. I love you, with all my heart." Izuku leaned into her, resting his forehead against Himiko's as he closed his eyes. "And I love you, Himiko. You were the only thing that kept me sane, even in hell." The confession made Himiko start crying again, but this time her tears were mixed with overwhelming happiness. Even though the world had tried to separate them, even though fate seemed to have conspired against them, they were together again. In the distance, Ochako and Tsuyu watched in silence, too stunned to move or interrupt. The scene was surreal, a hellish figure tenderly embracing a tearful villain, a connection that seemed to transcend all logic or judgment. For Himiko, the world could crumble around her. It didn't matter. As long as she was in Izuku's arms, she didn't need anything else. The tender reunion between Himiko and Izuku was interrupted by a sudden flash of blue light. Intense flames began to spread through the forest, devouring leaves and branches with a ghostly glow. Himiko pulled away slightly from Izuku, wiping her tears as she looked in the direction of the flames. "What do you want now, Dobby?" she murmured, her tone mixed with irritation and confusion. From the shadows lit by the fire, Dobby appeared, walking with his usual relaxed yet menacing posture. His hands were engulfed in blue flames, and his crooked smile displayed a mixture of mockery and disdain. Well, what do we have here?" Dobby said, his voice thick with sarcasm. "Our beloved crazy psycho hugging a monster. This is the cutest thing I've ever seen." Himiko frowned, clenching her fists as she took a step toward him. "It's none of your business, Dobby." Dobby gave a dry laugh, shaking his head as the flames around him intensified. "Oh, of course it is, Himiko. I was looking for you because I thought you'd be causing trouble with those heroines. But this," she indicated Izuku with a nod. "This is beyond anything I imagined. Where did you get this monster?" Izuku, who had remained silent until then, took a step forward, his massive figure casting a shadow that made even Dobby pause for a moment. His voice boomed like thunder, deep and full of authority. "Watch your words." Dobby raised an eyebrow, studying Izuku more closely. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he could feel the power emanating from him, a darkness that wasn't natural or of this world. But, true to his nature, he didn't back down. "Oh, wow, you talk too now," he replied in a mocking tone. "Let me guess, you're her new toy." Although, he looked at Himiko with a crooked smile. "I guess she has good taste." Himiko stepped forward, putting herself between Izuku and Dobby, her knife flashing in her hand as she pointed at him. "Shut up, Dobby, you don't even understand what's going on here." Dobby looked at her with a mixture of surprise and amusement. "Really, Himiko, are you going to get sentimental? This isn't like you. I thought you were a practical girl, not a romantic." Izuku, watching Dobby continue to mock Himiko, felt a spark of fury burn inside him. His cape began to move faster, as if responding to his emotional state. "She doesn't have to explain anything to you." Dobby let out another laugh, but his blue eyes shone with caution as he looked at Izuku. "Look, big guy, I don't care what you are or where you come from. Just don't interfere with my plans." Izuku tilted his head slightly, his green eyes shining brightly. "Your plans don't interest me, but if you keep bothering her, I'll rip out your heart and feed it to you." The tension between the three grew, Dobby's blue flames fighting against Izuku's dark and oppressive presence. Himiko, though grateful for Izuku's support, knew this could quickly escalate into a confrontation. "Enough," she yelled, placing a hand on Izuku's chest. "Izuku, he's not worth it. And you, Dobby, don't mess with me now." Dobby watched Himiko for a moment before casually extinguishing her flames, though his mocking smile remained. "Whatever you say, princess. But this forest isn't big enough for all of us, so don't ruin my fun." With that, Dobby turned around and walked away slowly, but not before giving Izuku one last look. "See you soon, monster." When the flames disappeared, Himiko sighed and looked at Izuku, who remained silent but with his eyes still shining brightly. "Sorry, Izuku, he's always like this," Himiko said, her tone filled with frustration. Izuku shook his head, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "It doesn't matter. I won't let anyone hurt you, Himiko. Not now, not ever." His promise echoed in the air, making it clear that no matter who stood in his way, Izuku was willing to protect the woman who had been his anchor even in hell. Spawn watched as Dobby walked away into the shadows of the forest, his blue flames momentarily illuminating the still spreading chaos. But for Izuku, none of that mattered now. He had found Himiko, the only person who loved him in a world that had rejected and betrayed him. With a determined movement, Izuku wrapped Himiko in his arms, holding her with an ease that made his newfound strength evident. Himiko, still shocked by everything that had happened, said nothing. She simply snuggled against his chest, feeling the warmth and security she had always associated with him, even now that his appearance was different. "Izuku," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion as she looked at him with shining eyes. He looked at her briefly, his green eyes shining in the gloom. "You're safe with me, Himiko. That's all that matters." With a mighty leap, Spawn disappeared into the darkness, his cape billowing behind him like a specter. The wind he generated upon takeoff sent the fallen leaves swirling, leaving the clearing completely silent. At the edge of the clearing, Ochako Uraraka and Tsuyu Asui remained hidden, their hearts pounding as they watched the scene. Neither of them had been able to move throughout the encounter, fear and confusion had kept them frozen. When Spawn disappeared with Himiko in his arms, the silence that followed was deafening. They both slowly emerged from their hiding place, exchanging glances that reflected the same question: what the hell had they just witnessed? Ochako was the first to speak, her voice low and shaky. "Tsuyu-chan, how are we going to explain this?" Tsuyu crossed her arms, her usual calmness replaced by a worried expression. "Hero, I don't know, Ochako-chan. But that wasn't just any villain. What do you think it was?" Ochako asked, her gaze drifting off in the direction Spawn had disappeared. Tsuyu shook her head, her tone grave. "Hero, I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it's not on our side, or yours." Both heroines in training knew that what they had just seen didn't fit into any of the familiar categories, neither hero nor villain. This being, this figure shrouded in darkness and power, was something else entirely, something that didn't seem to follow the rules of the world they knew. Finally, Tsuyu took Ochako's hand. "We have to get back to camp. Tell them what we saw. This isn't something we can handle alone." Ochako nodded, though she still felt uneasy. As they walked away from the clearing, they couldn't help but feel like they had witnessed the beginning of something much bigger, something that would change their world forever. As Spawn flew high above the forest, Himiko in his arms, the silence between them was broken by her trembling voice. Himiko, still snuggled against his chest, began to tell him what had happened in the 6 months since her death. "After I lost you," she began, a lump in her throat. "Everything fell apart." Izuku didn't respond immediately, but his bright eyes watched her intently. "Stain tried to fight Endeavor. He thought he could avenge you, but he couldn't." Her voice cracked as she recalled the scene. "He died as he lived, fighting for what he believed in. But still, I lost him too." Izuku tightened his grip on her slightly, saying nothing, but the intensity in his eyes showed that each word resonated deeply in his heart. Himiko continued, her voice lower. "I was alone after that. Really alone. Everything we did together, all that information I leaked, no one believed me. They thought I was just a maniac trying to get attention." Tears began to stream down her face as she confessed the dark thoughts that had tormented her. "There were nights when I thought that it wasn't worth it to continue. That I should join you and Stain, wherever you were." Izuku paused for a moment, hovering in the air as he stared Himiko straight in the eyes. The red cloak surrounding him moved gently, as if trying to comfort her. "Himiko," she said, her voice low but heavy with emotion. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I'm sorry you had to go through that alone." Himiko shook her head, her hands gripping the black armor covering her chest. "It wasn't your fault. It was the world. This damn system. But now you're here, right? This isn't a dream, is it?" Izuku held her gaze, tilting his head slightly so their foreheads touched. "It's not a dream. I'm here, Himiko, and I won't leave you alone again." She smiled weakly, though the tears kept falling. "The only thing that kept me alive was thinking about you. And now you're here." Izuku hugged her tighter, his cloak wrapping around them like a shelter from the cold night wind. "We're together again, and this time, Himiko, we'll make the world listen. No matter what." With those words, he resumed his flight, carrying Himiko toward the city. They both knew the road ahead would be dangerous, but they also knew that together they were stronger than any obstacle. And this time, nothing and no one could separate them. As they flew towards the city, Izuku broke the silence, his deep yet calm voice echoing through the night. "Where should we go, Himiko?" She looked up at him, her eyes filled with doubt. Since joining the League of Villains, she'd been living in the abandoned hotel where they met, but now, having left them behind, she knew she couldn't go back. "I don't know, Izuku," she finally answered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ever since I lost you, I've just been surviving. The League gave me a place to stay, but I can't go back there anymore. Not after all of this. Izuku nodded slightly, understanding her uncertainty. Then we won't go back. We'll find another place, somewhere where we can be together and plan our next step. Himiko looked at him with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, although her voice still showed some insecurity. But, where? We have nothing, Izuku. Spawn looked out at the city spread out before them, its lights twinkling like artificial stars in the distance. The red cloak that wrapped him moved gently, as if reflecting his thoughts. We don't need much, just a place where we can rest and think. He looked back at Himiko, his green eyes shining brightly. Don't worry, I promised I wouldn't leave you alone, and I won't. Himiko nodded slowly, holding onto him tighter as they flew. Despite all the doubts and fears she felt, Izuku's presence was enough to calm her. Even though his appearance had changed, even though the world seemed to be against her, he was still her Izuku, and that was all that mattered. Finally, Himiko looked up, her voice firmer. There's a place south of town, an abandoned church I used to use when I was younger. It's not much, but we could start there. Izuku nodded, adjusting his direction to the south. That will do, for now. As they flew toward their new haven, Himiko felt a spark of hope within her. For the first time in a long time, she wasn't alone. And even though they didn't know what the future held, they were together. That was all that mattered. A week after the attack on the camp, Katsuki Bakugo finally opened his eyes in a hospital bed. The pain in his abdomen was the first thing he noticed, a reminder of the devastating blow he'd received from that monster. His mind was cloudy, but memories slowly began to return. The forest, the flames, Himiko Toga, and the towering figure with glowing green eyes who had sent him flying with a single blow. He groaned as he tried to sit up, ignoring the pain shooting through his body. Before he could fully process what had happened, the door to his room opened, revealing Principal Nezu and Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi. They both entered with serious expressions, clearly aware of the importance of what they were about to discuss. Bakugo-kun, I'm glad to see you awake, Nezu said, his tone calm but inquisitive. You were slow to come around, Naomasa added, closing the door behind them. We need to talk to you about what happened in the forest that night. Katsuki frowned, his eyes filled with irritation and confusion. What the hell was that? That monster. Nezu sat in a chair next to the bed, clasping his small hands together as he looked at him. That's exactly what we want to know, Bakugo-kun. According to your classmate Tokiyami, you saw something out of the ordinary. Something that doesn't resemble any known villain. Katsuki clenched his fists, remembering the impact of the blow and the feeling of utter helplessness that had followed. He was huge, bigger than any villain I've ever faced. All black and with a red cape that moved like it was alive. And those eyes, those damn glowing green eyes. Naomasa took notes as Katsuki spoke, his expression grave. Did he say anything? Any words or clues about his identity? Katsuki nodded slowly, his jaw clenched. He said that wasn't my place, as if he were deciding he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Nezu and Naomasa exchanged glances, clearly concerned by the information. And her strength? Nezu asked, leaning forward. How would you describe it? Katsuki let out a bitter snort. How to describe her? It's simple. She hit me once and knocked me out. She's stronger than any hero I've ever seen. Even All Might didn't make me feel so insignificant. Silence filled the room for a moment as Nezu and Naomasa processed his words. Finally, Nezu spoke, his tone even deeper. This confirms what we feared. This being, whoever or whatever it is no ordinary villain. Its strength, its appearance, and the way it interacted with you and Tokiyami indicate that it's something else entirely. Katsuki frowned. So you don't know who he is? Naomasa shook his head. We have no records of anyone matching that description. They don't appear to be a registered villain, nor someone with a known quirk. Katsuki stared at the ceiling, his frustration evident. Great. A monster on the loose and no one knows anything about him. Nezu stood up from his chair, looking at Katsuki with a mixture of seriousness and understanding. What we know is that this being is dangerous, but it seems to have a purpose. We need to figure out what it is before it causes more chaos. Naomasa nodded, closing his notebook. Thank you for your cooperation, Bakugo-kun. Rest for now. Anything else you remember could be crucial. As the two left the room, Katsuki remained silent, his thoughts revolving around the figure who had defeated him so easily. Although he was filled with rage and frustration, a small spark of curiosity burned within him. Whoever it is, he muttered to himself. I'll find them, and next time, it won't be so easy. Meanwhile, Nezu and Naomasa argued quietly as they walked down the hallway. They both knew this encounter in the forest was just the beginning of something much bigger. And if they didn't act quickly, this new player could change everything they knew about heroes and villains. Hours later, in a meeting room inside UA Academy, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi waited patiently alongside Nezu. Both were surrounded by documents and notes about the attack on the camp and the strange descriptions of the being Katsuki Bakugo had faced. Now, they needed to corroborate those details with the only other direct witness to the event, Fumikage Tokiyami. The door opened and Tokiyami walked in, his posture rigid and his expression serious. Dark shadow stood silently behind him, unusual for the normally boisterous entity. Tokiyami-kun, thank you for coming, Nezu said in his calm tone, although his gaze was inquisitive. It's an honor, Principal Nezu, Tokiyami replied, bowing slightly before taking a seat across from them. Naomasa took the floor, her tone direct but not intimidating. Bakugo gave us his version of what happened in the forest that night. Now we want to hear yours. Can you tell us what you saw? Tokiyami nodded, taking a deep breath before speaking. It all started when Bakugo and I were chasing Moonfish. We found him, but before we could confront him, something appeared. Something? Naomasa asked, leaning forward. An imposing figure. Dark as night, with a red cloak that seemed alive. He was enormous, at least 2 meters tall, and his eyes. Tokiyami paused, remembering the eerie glow that had paralyzed him. They were green and glowed as if they could see into your soul. Dark Shadow, who had been silent, suddenly whispered. He wasn't human. He was something else, something scary. Naomasa raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt as Tokiyami continued. Moonfish attacked first, but this creature defeated him with an ease I can't describe. It punched him, and his head exploded. Nezu clasped his hands on the table, listening intently. And then? Bakugo attacked, as expected, Tokiyami replied, his tone slightly resigned, but he was defeated with a single blow. And I tried to use Dark Shadow, but... Dark Shadow shuddered, interrupting. I couldn't move. He was too dark, too powerful. I couldn't face something like him. Naomasa quickly took notes while Nezu watched Tokiyami curiously. What did this figure say? Anything that might help us identify him? Tokiyami nodded slowly. He said he wasn't our enemy today. But his tone, his presence, it didn't feel like he was on the side of the heroes. Naomasa and Nezu exchanged glances. Finally, Nezu spoke, his tone softer. Tokiyami-kun, what you've described matches what Bakugo told us. This confirms that we're dealing with something unique, something that doesn't fit into the usual categories of heroes or villains. Tokiyami looked at the director, his expression serious. Whatever he is, director, he's not someone we should underestimate. That's clear, Nezu replied. Thank you for your cooperation, Tokiyami-kun. This information will be crucial to better understanding what we're up against. Tokiyami stood, bowing slightly before leaving the room. Dark Shadow remained silent as the two walked down the hallway, reflecting the tension that still hung in the air. Inside the room, Naomasa closed his notebook and looked at Nezu. This is no ordinary villain. Even quirks seem irrelevant compared to something like him. Nezu nodded, his expression serious. What worries me most isn't what he did, but what he didn't do. He could have easily eliminated Tokiyami and Bakugo, but he didn't. That means he has a purpose, and we need to figure it out before he acts again. They both knew that time was of the essence. This being hadn't just changed the dynamics of the attack on the camp. Its mere existence was a threat that could alter everything they knew about heroes and villains. In the same room where they had spoken with Tokiyami, Naomasa and Nezu were now receiving Ochako Uraraka and Tsuyu Asui. Both had witnessed something few could understand, and although the atmosphere was relaxed, the tension in the air was palpable. Naomasa began, his tone calm but direct. Uraraka-san, Asui-san, we appreciate you coming. We know this experience was difficult, but we need you to tell us exactly what you saw in the forest. Ochako and Tsuyu exchanged glances, and it was Tsuyu who broke the silence first. We found a girl chasing us. We were trying to escape when he appeared. Him? Nezu asked, leaning forward. The monster, or whatever Kiro is, Tsuyu replied, her voice calm but firm. It was enormous, with a red cape that moved as if it had a life of its own. It covered almost its entire body with a black and white suit. Ochako nodded, adding, his eyes. They were the most terrifying. They glowed a deep green, as if he could see right into you. Naomasa quickly took notes before asking, did he do anything? Did he say anything that might help us understand who or what he is? The two girls seemed to hesitate for a moment, but Tsuyu was the one who spoke first. He didn't attack us, Kiro. He didn't seem interested in us. All his attention was on the girl who chased us. What happened between them? Nezu asked, intrigued. Ochako took a deep breath before answering. He approached her, and at first, she was confused. She yelled at him, asked him who he was, but then, he hugged her. Did he hug her? Naomasa repeated, surprised. Tsuyu nodded, her expression serious. Kiro. When she asked him who he was, he said, I came back from hell just for you. The room fell silent for a moment. Naomasa stopped writing and looked up at the girls, while Nezu narrowed his eyes, clearly processing the information. He came back from hell. Naomasa murmured, as if trying to grasp the implications. That's what Kiro said, Tsuyu stated, her voice firm though clearly uneasy. And it didn't sound like a metaphor. Ochako added, her tone lower. The girl started crying after that, as if she recognized him. She even seemed happy. Nezu tapped his fingers on the table, his mind working rapidly to connect the pieces. Finally, he looked up at Naomasa. This confirms something we suspected. This being, whoever it is not only powerful, but also has a personal agenda. Its connection to the girl in the woods can't be ignored. We need to know who she was. Naomasa nodded, looking at the girls seriously. Was there anything else? Anything you noticed about his behavior or words? Ochako shook her head. After that, they left. He picked her up and they disappeared into the night. He didn't try to attack us or interact with us at all. Hiro just wanted to be with her, Tsuyu concluded, her tone thoughtful. Naomasa closed her notebook, her expression grave. This complicates things. We're not dealing with a common villain, not even someone acting without direction. There's a story here, something we don't understand yet. Hiro. There was something else, Tsuyu said, her tone thoughtful. When Dobby, the blue flame villain, appeared, he seemed to be looking for her, and, for a moment, it looked like he was going to confront that monster, Kiro. Nezu tilted his head slightly, interested. Did Dobby and this being show hostility towards each other? Ochako nodded, also remembering the palpable tension between them. Yeah, it was weird. She was clearly upset with Dobby, and he seemed to be making fun of her. I think it was because she was looking for Shoto. Naomasa raised an eyebrow, quickly jotting something down in her notebook. Shoto Todoroki. Why would he be looking for Shoto? Ochako shook her head. We don't know, but it seemed important to her. Dobby wasn't okay with it. It was like the idea of her focusing on Shoto bothered him. Tsuyu continued, recalling the details. Dobby and that monster exchanged words. I didn't hear everything, but it was clear Dobby didn't trust him, Kiro. He seemed ready to fight, but then, she intervened. What did he do? Naomasa asked, leaning forward. She stood between them, Tsuyu replied. She looked like she was more concerned with keeping them from fighting than anything else, Kiro. Ochako nodded. It was like she was trying to protect him, protect the monster. She even told Dobby to stay out of it. Naomasa and Nezu exchanged glances, both processing the information. Nezu, with a thoughtful expression, drummed his small fingers on the table. This further confirms the connection between the girl and this being. It's not just a casual alliance, there seems to be a significant emotional bond. Naomasa closed her notebook with a sigh. And if he's looking for Shoto, that could complicate things even more. If he's related to Endeavor or Dobby, this could be a lot more personal than we thought. Nezu nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the documents in front of him. We're not only dealing with a powerful being, but also with deep-rooted emotions and vengeances. This makes him much more unpredictable. Ochako and Suyu remained silent, both processing what they had witnessed and what it meant. Finally, Nezu looked up at them. "Thank you for sharing this with us. The information you've given us is crucial. Now, let's focus again on protecting your classmates and maintaining calm at the academy." As the girls left the room, Naomasa looked at Nezu with a serious expression. "This isn't just a problem of heroes and villains. We're dealing with something that could destabilize our entire system." Nezu nodded, his small figure casting a larger than normal shadow in the light of the room. "And we'll have to act quickly before the flames of revenge consume everything in their path." Nezu and Naomasa sat, processing the disturbing information they had gathered about the mysterious being. They both knew there was one more witness, Kota Izumi, who had had a direct encounter with the monster during the attack on the camp. When the door opened, Kota walked in, accompanied by his aunt, Shino Sosaki, also known as Mandalay. Shino placed a hand on Kota's shoulder, showing her support as he sat down across from Nezu and Naomasa. "Thank you for coming, Izumi-kun," Nezu said, his tone calm but attentive. "We know what you experienced was difficult, but we need you to tell us exactly what happened that night." Kota nodded, his face serious but showing a flash of emotion in his eyes. "I remember everything." Naomasa opened his notebook, ready to take notes as Kota began his story. "Muscular found me in the woods." Kota's voice was firm, but there was an unusual emotion in his tone. "He cornered me on a cliff and I was sure he was going to kill me. He was talking to me about my parents, mocking them." Shino lightly squeezed Kota's shoulder, but didn't interrupt him. "When Muscular raised his arm to hit me, I thought it was the end. But then, he appeared." Kota's eyes glittered with a mixture of fascination and wonder. "The monster." Nezu tilted his head slightly, interested. "Can you describe it, Kota-kun?" "He was huge, all black, with a red cape that moved like it was alive. His eyes glowed a deep green, and when he looked at Muscular, it was as if the world stopped." Naomasa nodded, encouraging him to continue. "What happened next?" Kota clenched his fists, his voice gaining strength as he recounted. "Muscular's arm snapped in two when his punch connected, trapping him in black and red thorns." Shino frowned, but didn't interrupt. Kota continued, his tone showing a disturbing emotion. "And then he did something incredible. His cape shifted, as if it had a life of its own, and turned into a spear, piercing straight through Muscular's heart." Nezu raised an eyebrow, making a mental note of the description. "Did you impale Muscular?" Kota nodded quickly, his voice filled with a mixture of admiration and awe. "Yes, it was slow and painful. I could see it on Muscular's face. The monster looked at him like he was nothing, and then destroyed him." Naomasa put his pen down on his notebook for a moment, noticing something unusual in Kota's tone. "Izumi-kun, how did you feel when you witnessed this?" Kota looked up, his eyes shining with an intensity that surprised both Nezu and Naomasa. "I was scared at first, but I also felt protected. He saved me, not like a hero, but it was something more." Shino looked at him with concern, but Kota didn't stop. "What he did was brutal, yes. But Muscular deserved it. The monster did what no one else could do. I don't care if they say he's dangerous. To me, he's a hero." Nezu and Naomasa exchanged glances, both clearly concerned by Kota's fascination with this figure. Finally, Nezu spoke, his tone calm but firm. "Kota-kun, we understand why you feel this way. This being saved you at a critical moment, but we must remember that its brutality can be dangerous." Kota frowned, crossing his arms. "I don't care. If that makes him dangerous, then maybe that's what we need." Naomasa slowly closed his notebook, giving Nezu a meaningful look before turning back to Kota. "Thank you for sharing this with us, Izumi-kun. It's important that we know everything that happened." As Kota and Shino left the room, Naomasa sighed deeply. "This is more worrying than I thought. We're not just dealing with a powerful being, but someone who can inspire awe even in his brutality." Nezu nodded, his eyes shining with a mixture of concern and determination. If Kota sees him as a hero, imagine what others might think if his presence became public. This being isn't just physically threatening, he also has the potential to alter perceptions of good and evil in our society. They both knew they had to act quickly, not only to better understand the monster, but also to control the narrative before the situation spiraled completely out of control. The room fell silent after Kota's statement. Naomasa was reviewing his notes when Nezu, in a deeper tone than usual, broke the silence. Naomasa, is there any update on Momo Yaoyorozu's whereabouts? The detective looked up, his expression showing concern. Not yet. We've followed every available lead since the attack on the camp, but there's no sign of her. The League of Villains hasn't claimed her capture, nor is there any clear evidence that she was taken. Nezu clasped his small hands on the table, his face thoughtful. This is worrying. We haven't informed the students or the media about her disappearance, but her parents are starting to push for answers. Naomasa nodded. I understand your frustration. We're doing everything we can to locate her, but it seems whoever is behind this made sure not to leave any obvious clues. Nezu drummed his fingers against the table, clearly worried. Momo Yaoyorozu is an exceptional student. Her disappearance isn't a random act. This seems calculated. Naomasa frowned, pondering Nezu's words. Do you think his disappearance is related to this monster? Nezu was silent for a moment before answering. It's a possibility we can't rule out. If this being is connected to the League of Villains, then anything is possible. The detective sighed, reviewing his notes once more. Yaoyorozu's parents are demanding answers, and I don't know how much longer we can keep this quiet. If we don't get something soon, this could become a media scandal, and that would further complicate our investigation. Nezu nodded slowly, his eyes showing a mixture of concern and determination. Keep investigating, Naomasa. Use every resource available. We need to find her before it's too late. Naomasa stood up, closing his notebook. I will, but if this disappearance is linked to the monster, it will be an even bigger challenge than we thought. Nezu remained in the living room after Naomasa left, reflecting on the growing complexity of the situation. Between Momo's disappearance, the brutality of the unknown being, and the mounting pressure from parents and the media, he knew the next few weeks would be crucial to keeping everything from falling apart. In the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki sat at the bar, his fingers impatiently tapping a glass of wine. Around him, several League members remained silent, unnerved by the tense atmosphere that permeated the room. News of Himiko Toga's betrayal and the monster's appearance had reached their ears, and the leader wasn't handling it well. So, Himiko decided to leave us, Shigaraki finally said, his voice low but full of venom. After everything I did for her, after giving her a purpose, this is how she repays me. Dobby, leaning against a wall, let out a dry laugh. Surprised, Himiko has always been a bit volatile. Although, I admit, I didn't expect her to run off with that monster. Shigaraki gritted his teeth, his nails scraping the wood of the arm of his chair. That monster, what do we know about him? Not much, Kurogiri replied, his tone calm as ever. According to our reports, he's incredibly strong and brutal. He seems to have an emotional connection with Toga, which would explain why he decided to follow him. Shigaraki hit the arm of the chair, leaving a trail of dust where his nails had touched. Emotions. How useless. Himiko has allowed her feelings to make her weak. Weak? Dobby chimed in with a crooked smile. I wouldn't say that. If that monster is with her, I'd say she's more dangerous than ever. Before the conversation could continue, the screen on the wall lit up, displaying the towering figure of All for One. His presence filled the room with palpable gravity, and everyone present instinctively straightened. Shigaraki, All for One said in his deep, commanding voice. I've heard about the recent events. Shigaraki bowed his head slightly, though his frustration was evident. Himiko betrayed us, and now she's with that being. All for One nodded slowly, as if processing the information. The appearance of this being is not something we should take lightly. Its strength and brutality make it a threat, but also an opportunity. An opportunity? Shigaraki asked, with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. Yes, All for One bowed his head slightly. If that being is emotionally connected to Toga, we can use that connection to our advantage. Besides, its presence is already destabilizing the hero system. Its brutality and mystery could sow even more chaos if handled correctly. Dobby let out a low whistle. So instead of eliminating him, you want to recruit him? All for One didn't respond directly, but his tone made his intentions clear. Every powerful being has a purpose in my vision. If this monster can be controlled, it will be an invaluable resource. If not, it will be eliminated like any other threat. Shigaraki clenched his fists, clearly unhappy with the idea of having to deal with this new player. Himiko already betrayed us. I don't trust that monster to be any different. Trust is irrelevant, Shigaraki, All for One said calmly but firmly. What matters is the outcome. Keep your eyes open. Observe. Learn. And when the time is right, we will act. The screen went black, leaving the league in silence. Shigaraki stood from his throne, looking at the others with a dark expression. If that monster thinks he can cross my path, I'll destroy him myself, and Himiko will pay for her betrayal. Dobby smiled slightly, enjoying the chaos that was coming. This is getting interesting. Kurogiri, always practical, spoke for the last time. Whatever we decide to do, we must be prepared. That being is no ordinary opponent, as Muscular and Moonfish's bodies prove. As the League of Villains discussed their next steps, one thing was clear. The monster's appearance and Himiko's betrayal had shaken their structure, but it had also given them a new goal. And in the shadows, All for One continued to move the pieces on his board, waiting for the perfect moment to act. In a dark and gloomy laboratory, All for One and Dr. Garaki watched with interest a screen showing the complete analysis of the quirk they had just extracted. The graphs and data glowed with a cold light, illuminating the faces of both men. Creation. A truly fascinating quirk, Garaki said with a crooked smile as he adjusted some controls. The ability to materialize almost anything just by understanding its molecular structure. An incredibly versatile power. All for One nodded slowly, his commanding presence filling the room. It wasn't our initial goal, but it might be even better than what we planned. Katsuki Bakugo has an indomitable spirit, but his quirk is limited compared to its strategic potential. Garaki glanced at All for One, his smile widening. With this quirk, we could provide unlimited resources to our Nomu, customized weaponry for our forces, and tools to further destabilize the hero system. All for One turned to a nearby capsule, where a projection of Momo Yaoyorozu's quirk was being simulated on a prototype Nomu. The extraction was successful, but I want us to experiment with the applications before implementing it on a full Nomu. This quirk has too much potential to waste. Understood, Master, Garaki replied, bowing slightly before returning to his controls. Meanwhile, in a dark, cold cell deep within the hideout, Momo Yaoyorozu huddled in a corner, her knees tucked against her chest as tears streamed down her face. Despair wrapped around her like a heavy blanket, and her mind was clouded by fear and helplessness. She had tried to use her quirk to escape in the first moments after being captured, but she soon realized something was wrong. Her creative energy, that spark she had always felt when using her quirk, was no longer there. My quirk. She murmured between sobs, her voice shaky and broken. What have they done to me? Panic hit her in waves, and her mind kept replaying images of her capture, the moment she was separated from her companions and taken to this dark, unknown place. Someone, please, help me, she whispered, her voice barely a thread. But the cell remained silent, save for the faint hum of the fluorescent lights that flickered occasionally. Momo sank deeper into herself, her body trembling as hopelessness enveloped her completely. Her cries continued, a faint echo in the dark corridors of the villain's hideout, and though she didn't know it, her pleas wouldn't fall on deaf ears. The world she knew was changing, and her destiny was about to become intertwined with forces far greater and more terrifying than she could have imagined. As Spawn flew over the dark warehouses of Kamino City, a sensation like a chill ran through him. His connection to hell allowed him to sense tormented souls, and this one was different. Not corrupted or damned, but one that radiated despair and purity. What is this? He murmured, stopping mid-flight as his red cloak spread out behind him like a specter. The pleas were clear, echoing in his mind like a painful sound. A female voice, broken and desperate, was pleading for help. He didn't need to hear the full words. The essence of her desperation was enough to guide him. As he approached the warehouses, his gaze hardened. The creatures guarding the place weren't human. They were aberrations, amalgams of flesh, metal, and hatred. Nomus. With their brains exposed and their movements jerky, They patrolled the grounds like hellish guardians, emanating an aura of suffering that Izuku could clearly feel. Creatures made of broken souls. He muttered disdainfully, watching them from the shadows. An aberration against nature itself. Izuku landed silently on the roof of one of the warehouses, his cloak enveloping him like a blanket of darkness. From there, he could more clearly sense the source of the pleas. A young woman trapped deep within the complex, her soul still pure but scarred by recent trauma. "I'll find you," he said softly, his green eyes shining brightly. The Nomus continued their patrol, their mechanical, almost instinctive movements circling the warehouse grounds. Their exposed brains pulsed with a dim light, and their deformed bodies were ready to confront any threat. Izuku watched them carefully from the shadows, his hellish senses scanning each one. He could feel the souls trapped within those creatures, each one screaming silently, an amalgam of pain and despair. "They're just puppets," he thought, clenching his fists. But the puppeteer is close. The presence of hell within him gave him a unique advantage. He could not only perceive the souls within the Nomus, but also the dark trail of the being that had created them, like a thread of evil leading directly to his target. With a silent leap, he descended toward the complex, his cloak spreading out to muffle any sound. The Nomu, though alert, didn't detect his presence. To them, he was like a shadow slipping among them, invisible and lethal. Izuku moved with precision, following the young woman's trail. Each step brought him closer to her, and with each step, his anger grew. Not only at the suffering he sensed in her soul, but also at the monstrosity of the creatures guarding her. Finally, he reached a heavy door, behind which he could feel the young woman's presence. He didn't hesitate. With a swift movement, his cloak transformed into a sharp claw that cut through the locks like butter. The door opened with a creak, revealing a cold, dark cell. There, in a corner, was Momo Yaoyorozu, huddled and trembling. Her eyes snapped open as she saw Spawn's towering figure entering the cell. Who are you?" she asked in a shaky voice, her body too weak to move. Izuku knelt in front of her, his eyes glowing a deep green as his cloak moved gently, almost as if trying to calm her. "I'm the one who heard your pleas. I'm here to get you out of this place." Momo looked at him with a mixture of fear and hope. Although his appearance was terrifying, something in his voice, in his presence, told her she could trust him. They took my quirk away from me," she murmured, tears rolling down her face. Izuku clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. "Then I'll make sure they pay for what they did to you." Carefully, he lifted Momo into his arms, covering her with his cloak to protect her from the cold and the horror that still waited outside. The Nomu were still patrolling, but Izuku didn't plan on leaving a mark. "I'm not just going to get you safe," he said softly as he moved toward the exit. "I'm going to destroy this place and make sure no one else suffers here." As he moved with Momo in his arms, Izuku knew that tonight he would not only rescue an innocent, but he would also send a message. Hell had arrived, and there was no place for monsters who tortured the helpless. As Izuku walked out of the warehouse with Momo Yaoyorozu in his arms, the air was filled with an ominous feeling. The atmosphere shifted, as if the space itself acknowledged the presence of something darker and more dangerous. All for One's deep, wicked laugh echoed in the distance, vibrating through the walls and floors, making them seem colder. "So you're the famous monster I've heard so much about," All for One said, his deep, commanding voice echoing from the shadows. Izuku stopped, his cloak wrapping around Momo tighter to protect her as he slowly turned his head toward the direction of the voice. His green eyes glowed brightly in the darkness, assessing the threat looming over him. "And you must be the puppeteer behind these creatures," Spawn replied, his voice deep and resonant. All for One stepped out of the shadows, his imposing figure radiating a chilling confidence. Behind him, the 30 Nomus patrolling the area grouped together, moving erratically but in an organized manner, like guard dogs waiting for their master's orders. "I didn't think you'd show yourself so soon," All for One continued, his tone almost mocking. "I've been watching your movements, and I must admit you intrigue me. That strength, that brutality, you could be an invaluable asset." Izuku didn't respond immediately. Instead, he carefully placed Momo behind him, making sure his cloak covered her completely before addressing All for One. "If you think you can manipulate me like these abominations, you're stupider than you look." All for One chuckled, his tone filled with contempt. Manipulate you? No, I'm here to offer you a deal. A chance for you to stop wandering aimlessly and join something bigger. Izuku clenched his fists, his cape billowing behind him as if responding to his anger. I don't need or want anything from you. All for One's laughter ceased, and his tone became more serious. Then, unfortunately, you leave me no choice. If I can't have you as an ally, then I will destroy you. With a simple wave of his hand, All for One gave the order, and the 30 Nomus advanced in unison, their chaotic and fierce movements directed towards Izuku. You think you can stop me with your puppets? Spawn said, his voice filled with contempt. Part of the red cloak that enveloped him suddenly spread, taking the form of spears and pikes that rose up around him. In a fluid motion, the spears shot out toward the advancing Nomus, piercing the brains of several of them before they could close. The remaining Nomus charged, attacking with inhuman ferocity. Izuku moved with deadly precision, each blow shattering the creatures' bodies and brains like paper. His rage boiled over as he fought, his infernal power burning brightly as the air filled with the sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing. All for One watched from a distance, his eyes shining with interest. Even though his Nomus were being destroyed one by one, he didn't seem worried. Impressive, he murmured. You're even more powerful than I imagined. Izuku, now covered in the Namus blood, turned to All for One, his eyes glowing with terrifying intensity. If this is the best you've got, then you're just a fool playing God. All for One smiled slightly, raising a hand as the shadows around him seemed to intensify. All right, monster, let's see if you can resist something more personal. With that, she began advancing on Izuku, the confrontation they both knew was inevitable finally approaching. Meanwhile, Momo, still hiding behind Spawn, watched the scene in fear and awe, knowing that the fates of both of them, and perhaps much more, depended on what happened next. The air grew denser, charged with the energy of two powerful forces clashing. Spawn and All for One stood a few feet away, surrounded by the remnants of the Nomus Izuku had destroyed. The tension was palpable, the silence broken only by the hum of energy emanating from both of them. All for One, imposing as ever, raised a hand covered in a dark aura, his voice resonating with a mixture of mockery and authority. You have impressive abilities, monster, but you lack the vision to see the true purpose of your power. Izuku let out a dry laugh, his cloak billowing behind him as if sharing his humor. Vision, please. All I see is a clown playing God, and I hate clowns. The taunt didn't go unanswered. All for One charged at Izuku with surprising speed, launching a punch charged with the force of multiple quirks. Spawn narrowly dodged it, his cape moving like an extension of his body, blocking part of the impact. Taking advantage of the opening, Spawn moved with equal swiftness, delivering a direct blow to All for One's face. The impact echoed like thunder, and the mask covering his face shattered, falling to the ground in fragments. And you thought I was ugly, Spawn said, his tone mocking as he took a step back, looking at All for One's partially disfigured face. The villain stopped, raising a hand to his exposed face. For a moment, silence reigned, and then a low, menacing laugh came from him. Ugly, you say? Ugliness is nothing compared to who I really am. All for One extended both hands, his dark energy enveloping him as several quirks activated simultaneously. The ground beneath them began to shake, and a dark, oppressive aura filled the area. Now I will show you the true meaning of terror, creature of hell. Spawn was unfazed, his green eyes glowing brightly as his cape transformed into spikes and claws ready for combat. Try it. I've been to hell before, and there's nothing you can do to me that I haven't faced before. The clash between the two began in earnest, each move filled with brutal intensity as the scene became a battlefield that defied the laws of nature. Spawn, with his infernal strength and lethal precision, faced off against All for One's vast collection of quirks in a clash that would not only decide Momo's fate, but also mark a turning point in the war between heroes and villains. The battlefield at the Camino warehouses had become a terrifying spectacle, shaking not only the foundations of the place, but the entire city as well. Every blow exchanged between All for One and Spawn echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves that shattered windows, collapsed structures, and made the ground tremble beneath the feet of those watching. All for One attacked with unbridled fury, using multiple quirks simultaneously. His attacks were a combination of brute force, energy blasts, and abilities that warped the terrain around him. But despite everything, each blow seemed to barely push Spawn back. "What the hell are you?" All for One snarled, his voice thick with frustration as he threw another powered-up punch that barely managed to move Spawn a couple of feet. Spawn, in response, launched a brutal counterattack. His cape transformed into a colossal claw that tore into All for One's flesh, leaving a deep wound that didn't heal as quickly as it should. "Disappointed?" Spawn said in a mocking tone, his voice echoing like thunder in the chaos. "Perhaps you're not as powerful as you think?" All for One stepped back for a moment, watching as the wounds Spawn inflicted took longer to heal than usual. He had faced powerful heroes before, but never anything like this. This being not only defied the laws of nature, but also seemed to operate on a level All for One didn't fully understand. "It's not possible," All for One muttered, his breathing heavy as his quirks remained active. "My power should be absolute." Spawn stepped forward, his imposing presence increasing with every movement. His cape billowed behind him like an extension of his fury, and his green eyes blazed with an almost blinding intensity. "Your power is nothing compared to hell. I've seen far worse than you, and I'm still here." In the distance, a group of heroes had arrived, drawn by the chaos. Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, and others watched from a safe distance, their expressions marked by a mixture of awe and fear. This is too much," Hawks said, his tone unusually serious as his eyes followed the movements of the two titanic figures. Endeavor gritted his teeth, his flames burning brightly as he assessed the situation. "That monster. He's no ordinary villain, but All for One isn't winning either." Best Jeanist, always calculating, crossed his arms as he watched. "If those two keep fighting, they could destroy more than this city. We need to intervene, but how?" "There's nothing we can do," Hawks said grimly. "Look at what they're doing. If we try to intervene, we'll just become collateral damage." The heroes weren't the only ones watching. Terrified civilians had gathered at a safe distance, recording the battle with their phones. Images and videos of the confrontation were already beginning to flood social media, showing the world a fight that defied all logic and understanding. Back at the epicenter of the fight, All for One launched a desperate attack, using a quirk that concentrated all of his energy into a massive explosion. The impact was devastating, destroying what remained of the warehouses and sending out a shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. But when the dust settled, Spawn was still standing, his cape protecting both him and Momo, who had been knocked unconscious by his cape. "Is that all you got?" Spawn asked, his tone filled with contempt. All for One was breathing heavily, his body showing the effects of the battle. Although his regeneration was still active, each blow from Spawn left deeper wounds, which took longer to heal. "I can't lose," he snarled, charging at Spawn again with all his might. Spawn intercepted him, his hands coated in hellish energy as he slammed into him with a force that resonated throughout the city. The impact was so strong that All for One was sent flying through several buildings before coming to a stop. Spawn turned to the heroes watching from afar, his bright gaze piercing them. For a moment, silence fell over the battlefield, and everyone knew the outcome of this fight would change everything they knew about the world of heroes and villains. "Don't forget this," Spawn said in a booming voice. "Today, hell walked among you." From the rubble, All for One's staggering figure emerged, more furious than ever. His body, now deformed by the combination of multiple quirks, displayed a gigantic arm reinforced with metal rivets that gleamed in the light of the flames and the surrounding chaos. "You're nothing but a freak," All for One snarled, his voice echoing with a mixture of rage and despair as he advanced on Spawn. "I'm going to crush you and erase your existence." With his monstrous arm raised, he launched himself at Spawn with all his might, determined to finish him off once and for all. But just as the blow was about to connect, Spawn's red cape rose up like a living wall, enveloping All for One's arm with unrelenting force. "What the?" All for One tried to break free, but before he could react, chains began to emerge from Spawn, wrapping around his body as if they had a life of their own. The chains tightened with overwhelming strength, immobilizing him as he tried to resist. "Did you think brute force would be enough?" Spawn said, his voice filled with disdain, his green eyes blazing brightly as he took a step toward his trapped enemy. All for One screamed in frustration, struggling against the chains, but his resistance only made them tighten, as if responding to his desperation. Spawn wasted no time. With a swift, brutal movement, he launched a direct blow at All for One's torso, easily piercing through his stomach. The scream that followed was heartbreaking. All for One, a being who believed himself invincible, experienced pain he had never imagined. What are you doing?" he screamed in despair, as Spawn plunged his arm deeper into him. The heroes and civilians watching the scene were paralyzed, their gazes fixed on the act of brutality unfolding before them. The city, for a moment, seemed to hold its breath. Spawn, with disturbing calm, replied, "I'm going to show the world who you really are." With a swift, vicious movement, Spawn grabbed All for One's spine from within his body. The chains tightened even further as he pulled with monstrous strength. All for One screamed, a sound that echoed across Kamino as a mixture of agony and despair. Without warning, Spawn ripped the spine from its body, holding it up in the air like a trophy. Blood and tissue still dripped from it as he held it, his eyes glowing with a hellish intensity. "This is the fate of monsters," Spawn said, his voice resonating with chilling authority. "Those who torture the innocent." All for One's body fell to the ground, inert, like an empty carcass. The scene left everyone present in absolute silence, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Spawn slowly turned to the heroes watching from a distance, holding his spine high in warning. "Today, Hell reclaimed its place in this world. Let this be a reminder of what happens to those who believe they can use the pain of others for their own benefit." Without waiting for a reply, Spawn dropped the spine to the ground and turned to Momo, who was wrapped in his cloak. He gently picked her up and began walking into the darkness, disappearing into the shadows as the city descended into a chaos it would not forget for years. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the wind blowing through the rubble, and although All for One had fallen, the real question that remained was whether the world was ready to face the new power that had emerged among them. The battlefield fell silent as Spawn disappeared into the darkness, taking Momo Yaoyorozu with him. The heroes, who had watched from a distance, remained motionless, their gazes fixed on the remains of what had once been All for One. The villain's spine lay on the ground, still dripping with blood, a brutal reminder of what they had just witnessed. Kamui Woods, normally determined and self-assured, was frozen. His hands trembled as he clenched his fists, unable to process the scene. "This is not what we do. This is not justice." Hawks, who always tried to maintain a relaxed attitude even in the worst situations, was completely serious. His wings were tense, reflecting his unease. "I don't know what was worse. Watching him destroy All for One or realizing there was nothing we could have done to stop him." Best Jeanist, always impeccable in his behavior, was pale, his posture rigid as if the weight of the scene had petrified him. "This goes beyond brutality. It's a statement, one no hero could back up." The younger heroes who had arrived, like Kirishima and Shoto Todoroki, were equally affected. Kirishima gritted his teeth, trying to reconcile the brutality of what he had seen with his understanding of what it meant to be a hero. "Was that really necessary?" he murmured, looking to Todoroki for answers the young man could never give him. Todoroki, for his part, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the spot where Spawn had disappeared. He remembered Endeavor's words about sacrifice and power, but what he had just witnessed was something entirely different. That wasn't a hero, but it wasn't a villain either. Meanwhile, the veteran heroes exchanged glances, their years of experience not preparing them for something like this. Gran Torino, normally steadfast, shook his head as he looked at All for One's remains. "I never thought I'd see something like this. I thought All for One was the biggest monster we'd ever face, but this." Midnight, who rarely showed her vulnerable side, was visibly shaken. "How do we deal with something like this? How do we justify this brutality to the public?" In the distance, Nezu and Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi watched with grave expressions. Nezu, normally calculating and calm, drummed his small fingers against his arm, his gaze fixed on the rubble. "This changes everything. The world has now witnessed the monster," he finally said, breaking the silence. Naomasa nodded, his face grim as he reviewed his notes. "The public is already seeing this. There's no hiding it. That monster didn't just kill All for One, he sent a message." Nezu looked at the detective, his eyes shining with a mixture of concern and determination. And that message will be a problem for us, no matter how we handle it. If heroes are seen as incapable of stopping something like this, trust in the system will crumble. The act of brutality had left an indelible mark on everyone present. For some heroes, like Hawks, it was a sign that they were facing an entirely new threat. For others, like Best Jeanist and Midnight, it represented a line that should never be crossed. But deep down, they all shared the same concern. What does the appearance of this being mean? And what impact will it have on the fragile balance between heroes and villains? As the wind blew across the wreckage of the battlefield, uncertainty about the future of hero society grew, making it clear that the world had changed forever. Newscasts around the world broadcast images of the devastating battle on Kamino, captured by both security cameras and the phones of witnesses on the scene. The brutality of the confrontation between All for One and the monster now known as Spawn had left millions stunned. The most shocking images, repeat on newscasts and digital platforms, showed Spawn ripping out All for One's spine and holding it up like a trophy. Commentators heatedly debated what this meant for the world of heroes and villains, while ordinary people reacted from their homes, workplaces, and mobile devices. On social media, reactions ranged from horror to fascination. User 1. Did I just see the monster rip out All for One's spine? This is something out of a nightmare. User 2. I don't know whether to be afraid of him or thank him. All for One was a monster, but this was too much. User 3. Spawn, or whatever you call him, isn't a hero. He's something else, something much darker. User 4. This marks the end of the age of heroes. No one can face anything like him. The hashtags #Spawn, #Kamino Battle, and #All for One death trended globally within minutes, with videos of the fight racking up millions of views on streaming platforms. In a family living room, a father quickly changed the channel as his young children began watching footage of All for One's brutal death. This isn't for kids, he exclaimed, though he couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen. In a coffee shop, customers stared silently at the wall-mounted television, their hands clasped around their coffee cups. Is this real? A woman murmured, unable to believe what she was seeing. At a high school, a group of students gathered around a phone, watching the video over and over again. That was brutal, said one, clearly impressed. Brutal, that was terrifying. Not even heroes could do something like that, another responded. While some applauded All for One's death, seeing it as the end of an era of terror, others questioned whether Spawn's brutality was a harbinger of something worse. Spawn landed softly in front of a ruined church south of Musudafu City. His cape swirled around him as he carefully arranged Momo in his arms. The structure was a reminder of a forgotten time, with its broken stained glass windows and moss-covered, cracked walls. The bells no longer rang, and the cross that once crowned the roof was drooping and rusting, abandoned to the passage of time. Himiko quickly left the entrance, her slim, energetic figure contrasting with the stillness of the place. Seeing Izuku carrying Momo, her eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Izuku, what happened? She asked, running towards him. I rescued this girl from the hands of All for One and his monsters, Spawn replied, his voice deep but calm as he gently placed Momo onto a wooden bench inside the church. Himiko leaned over Momo, examining her carefully. Although she was unconscious, her breathing was steady. Who is she? A hero student. Her quirk was stolen, and she was about to lose more than that. Izuku turned to Himiko, his green eyes shining brightly. I couldn't just leave her there. Himiko nodded, understanding his decision. Although her instincts as a villain told her that getting involved with a hero student could be dangerous, she trusted Izuku more than anyone. You'll be safe here. This place. No one's looking for it, no one needs it. Izuku looked around the interior of the church. The pews were covered in dust, and the altars were smashed. The figures of saints and crucifixes had been toppled or destroyed years ago, likely by vandals. The once white walls were now covered in graffiti and water stains. The world doesn't need places like this anymore, Himiko said with a melancholic tone as she picked up a piece of a broken statue. 200 years ago, people prayed to gods to save them. Now, they pray to heroes. Spawn walked up to the pulpit, his footsteps echoing in the silence of the church. There isn't much difference, is there? He said, his tone filled with disdain. Heroes are the new gods. And like the gods of old, they have failed the innocent time and time again. Himiko approached him, observing him with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. And you, what are you now, Izuku? A god, a demon? Izuku turned his gaze to her, his green eyes shining in the dim light coming through the broken windows. I'm neither a god nor a demon. I'm just someone who will do whatever it takes to right what's wrong. Himiko smiled slightly, touching his arm gently. Well, whatever you are, you're mine. And that's enough for me. Meanwhile, Momo began to stir slightly, slowly waking up from the exhaustion that had plunged her into unconsciousness. Her eyes opened with difficulty, and the first thing she saw was the church ceiling, with its broken beams and the cobwebs hanging between them. Where am I? He murmured weakly. Izuku and Himiko approached her. You're safe, Izuku said, his voice softer than Himiko expected. Momo slowly turned her head towards him, her gaze confused. You are, that monster. I saved you, Izuku replied bluntly. All for one stole your quirk and left you there to die. But I didn't allow it. Momo stared at him, struggling to understand the situation. Himiko leaned toward her, smiling slightly. Don't worry, he may look scary, but he won't hurt you. Not while I'm here. Momo relaxed a little, though her mind was still filled with questions. As she looked around, she noticed the state of the church and the strange couple in front of it. Why did you help me? Izuku looked her straight in the eyes, his answer simple but forceful. Because no one else would. The abandoned church, though dilapidated, became a temporary refuge for Momo. While Izuku remained vigilant, watching from the shadows. Although the outside world continued to spin, within those walls, the three souls shared a moment of respite, each facing their own demons. The world was changing, and although religion had lost its place, heroes, villains, and now figures like Spawn were fighting to become the new symbols of power and justice. But in that abandoned church, far from the cameras and trials, silence and calm were all they needed. For now. Momo sat on one of the wooden pews, still weak but more aware of her surroundings. The cold, desolate atmosphere of the abandoned church made her feel strange, almost surreal. Himiko sat across from her, playfully swinging her legs, while Spawn stood in the shadows, his presence imposing but silent. Himiko smiled widely, leaning towards Momo with an energy that contrasted with the gloomy place. Well, since it looks like we're going to be together for a while, we should get to know each other a little better, don't you think? Momo looked at her with some uncertainty, still trying to understand how she had ended up in this place and why this girl, clearly a villain, seemed so friendly. I'm Himiko Toga, Himiko said with a charming smile, placing a hand dramatically on her chest. Ex-villain, lover of chaos, and, of course, the proud companion of that big monster over there. He pointed at Izuku, who remained motionless. His green eyes shone from the shadows as he took a step forward, his cape moving with a life of its own. Izuku Midoriya, Himiko said, turning to look at him with a fond smile. Though he goes by Spawn now, he's a little dark, a little scary, but also the most amazing being in the world. Izuku didn't say anything, but nodded slightly at Momo, his silence laden with a presence that could almost be felt. The name echoed in Momo's memory, bringing back the news from 6 months ago. Izuku Midoriya, she repeated, confused. There was an explosion in Musudafu 6 months ago. They said the Midoriya family died in an accident. Himiko gritted her teeth, visibly annoyed. It wasn't an accident, it was murder. Momo's heart raced at those words. Himiko continued, her voice filled with emotion as she recounted what she knew. Izuku discovered something he was never meant to know, All Might's secret. The thing that made him weak. That's why the Hero Commission decided to eliminate him. They decided a child without a quirk wouldn't be missed. Izuku remained silent, his gaze fixed on the fire as Himiko spoke. That day, when he came home, he found his mother dead in the kitchen. Himiko's voice cracked slightly, but she continued. And before he could do anything, the apartment exploded. They said it was a gas leak, but the commission planned the whole thing. Momo felt a lump form in her throat as she listened. Everything she knew about the hero system was shaken with every word Himiko said. Izuku survived, Himiko continued, looking directly at Momo. I found him in a dumpster, injured and burned, but alive. I cared for him, helped him recover. And together, we decided to get revenge. Is that why they attacked the Hero Commission headquarters? Momo asked quietly, almost dreading the answer. Himiko nodded. We wanted them to know that we don't forget what they did. Nor do we forgive. But then, we met Endeavor. The mention of the number 2 hero's name made Momo gulp, her mind flooded with memories of the times she had seen him in action. Endeavor killed Izuku, Himiko said, her voice cold as ice. He burned him to a crisp. Momo looked at Izuku, who remained motionless, his face marked by burns. But, how is it possible that you're here? Izuku finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. I died, but I made a deal with someone who brought me back. A deal that allowed me to come back to finish what they started. The weight of his words fell on Momo like a wall. Everything she thought she knew about heroes, the system, and the world seemed to collapse before her. Why did you help me? He finally asked, his voice shaking. Izuku looked at her, his green eyes shining in the firelight. Because I know what it's like to be left in the dark by those you trust. No one deserves to go through that. Himiko took Izuku's hand, interlacing her fingers with his as she looked at Momo. He's not a monster. He's someone the world tried to destroy and failed. And now, he's here to fix it, and you. What's your name? Momo couldn't respond immediately. She stared into the flames, trying to process what she'd just heard. For the first time, she understood that the world of heroes wasn't as pure as she'd always believed. Momo replied in a low, still cautious voice. Momo remained silent for a moment, taken aback by the unexpected question. However, seeing Himiko's smile and Izuku's penetrating gaze, something in her relaxed. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, hero student, she finally said, a little more firmly. A person who wants to help others. Although, I'm not sure how to do that right now. Himiko clapped softly, as if she had heard something wonderful. That's a good start. See, it wasn't that hard. Momo looked at her with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Why are you doing this? Himiko tilted her head, her smile softening. Because if you're going to stay here, I'm not going to call you just because I think we can get along. Momo looked down, reflecting on Himiko's words. Though she was still wary, there was something about her sincerity and Izuku's commanding presence that made her feel, for the first time in a long time, like she could trust them, at least a little. Izuku watched silently from the shadows. Though he said nothing, the exchange reminded him of himself, of how he, too, had once searched for his purpose in a world that seemed to have abandoned him. And now, perhaps, he could offer Momo something he himself had found, a path forward, however dark. Momo Yaoyorozu, still reclining on the dusty church pew, watched Himiko Toga move with a familiarity and ease that contrasted with the harshness of the place. Himiko put on a pair of new, but clearly stolen, labeled pajamas and climbed onto a mattress that was also new but had no bed, simply placed on the cold floor. From where she stood, Momo could see Himiko taking several cans of food out of a plastic bag. The young woman seemed excited as she sorted through the contents, carefully choosing what she would share with her new guest. What caught Momo's attention were the long, worn socks Himiko was wearing. Although they were threadbare and had holes in them, Himiko cared for them with a tenderness that puzzled Momo. What's so special about those socks? Momo finally asked, her voice still weak but thick with curiosity. Himiko looked up, smiling as she looked at her socks. These, he said, touching them gently. They're the first gift I've ever received. Izuku gave them to me for Christmas. Momo fell silent, her thoughts immersed in the contrast she'd just realized. She, a girl from a wealthy family, had grown up surrounded by luxuries and gifts. Her room was filled with new clothes, birthday presents, and everything she needed. To her, things like socks were insignificant, easily replaceable. But to Himiko, those socks were her most valuable possession, a symbol of something much deeper, having been seen and loved by someone. Have you never received gifts before? Momo asked, her tone thick with disbelief. Himiko shook her head as she opened one of the cans. My parents never gave me anything. They just wanted me to be normal, but I wasn't. When they abandoned me, no one looked at me, no one loved me. Until I met Izuku. Momo felt a pang of guilt and sadness. Himiko's shortcomings, her life of neglect and need, contrasted starkly with the security and comfort Momo had taken for granted. "You must have had an amazing life," Himiko said suddenly, looking at Momo with a genuine smile. "Look at your skin, your hair, even your hands. You've never had to fight over food, have you?" Momo looked down at her impeccably manicured hands. It was true, she'd never had to struggle to survive, never had to steal or go hungry. Everything had been given to her so easily. "No. Never," Momo replied, her voice barely a whisper. Himiko approached, holding an open can of food and a spoon she took out of the bag. "Well, then it's time you tried how the rest of us live. There are no banquets or fancy dishes here, but at least you won't starve to death." Momo accepted the can with trembling hands, feeling an emotional weight she'd never experienced before. As Himiko returned to her mattress, she realized how different her life was from what she'd always believed. In that abandoned church, surrounded by decay and deprivation, Momo began to understand not only the difficulties faced by those like Himiko, but also how fortunate she had been. And, for the first time, she felt truly small compared to the immense weight of the world she ignored. As Momo ate the canned salad Himiko offered her, she couldn't help but wander around the abandoned church. Although her family was wealthy, she had never had much interest in religion, but she remembered the stories of Abara Shiozaki, the student in Class 1B, who frequently spoke of her faith and the importance of the values it taught her. "I never thought I'd see a place like this in person," Momo thought as she looked at the crumbling walls and the remains of broken stained glass. Pre-quirk religions, like Catholicism, had largely faded away following the emergence of quirks, being replaced by hero worship. This place was a remnant of a forgotten world. While she was reflecting, Himiko moved energetically, searching among the rubble for the packet of matches with which to light the fire to combat the cold of the night. "I swear I left it here," Himiko muttered as she rummaged through her belongings. Before she could find anything useful, Spawn, always silent, reached out toward a pile of wood Himiko had gathered. With a swift motion, a spark erupted from his palm, and the wood began to burn with a warm, steady fire. Himiko approached him with a smile full of gratitude and hugged him tightly, as if the simple act of lighting the fire was a priceless gift. "Thanks, Izuku," she said softly before searching through the cans and offering him one. "Here, eat something." Izuku took the can with a nod. Although he didn't need to eat since becoming Spawn, the act reminded him of a bit of humanity, and he could still enjoy food, albeit unnecessarily. As he sat by the campfire, his mask slowly began to recede, as if alive. The black and white substance shifted like liquid, revealing his face beneath. Momo and Himiko looked at him closely, both reacting differently when they saw what lay beneath the mask. Izuku's skin was marked by deep burn scars, with sections of dark, reddened flesh telling the story of his suffering. His face was a shadow of the boy he had once been. Momo looked away for a moment, not out of contempt, but out of shock at seeing something so brutally human and painful. Himiko, however, didn't look away. She approached Izuku, sitting next to him as she stared at him with a mixture of tenderness and sadness. "You're still you, Izuku," Himiko said softly, gently touching one of the scars on his cheek. "No matter what you look like, you'll always be my Izuku." Izuku didn't respond immediately, but his gaze softened as he watched her. Finally, he took a bite of the canned food, something Himiko interpreted as a gesture of acceptance. Momo, watching from across the fire, felt a pang of empathy she hadn't expected. For the first time, she understood a little more of the depth of the connection between them. "How did you endure all this?" he asked in a low voice, breaking the silence. Izuku looked up at her, his voice resonating with a deep yet calm tone. "Because I had no other choice. But what kept me sane was knowing I had something to come back to." Himiko smiled slightly, gently taking her hand. Momo, though still confused by everything that had happened, couldn't help but feel respect for the strength they both displayed, despite the circumstances that had shaped them. That night, as the fire crackled and the light from the flames illuminated the ruined church, the three souls shared a moment of unusual tranquility. Despite their differences, they were united by grief, survival, and the promise of an uncertain tomorrow. The atmosphere in the church grew even heavier after Himiko's revelations. Momo, still processing what she'd heard, clung to the one question that seemed impossible to ignore. "But, how is it possible you're here?" she repeated, looking at Izuku with a mixture of disbelief and fear. "If your body was destroyed, how did you come back?" Izuku was silent for a moment, his eyes glowing with an unearthly intensity as he stared into the flames of the bonfire. Finally, he spoke, his deep voice echoing in the empty church. "Because hell exists, and so does heaven." The words made Momo catch her breath, and Himiko seemed equally shocked to hear it expressed so clearly. "After Endeavor killed me, my soul was sent to the 8th circle of hell, the realm of Malabolgia," Izuku continued, his eyes never leaving the flames. "Hell isn't like the stories describe it. It's not a place of eternal punishment, it's a battlefield." Momo looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. "A battlefield?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Hell and heaven aren't very different. They're two armies recruiting souls for the final battle, Armageddon. Both sides seek warriors, soldiers, souls who can fight on their behalf. They don't care about human lives, only our souls and what we can offer them in their eternal war." Himiko clung to his arm, looking at his burned face with a mixture of sadness and admiration. "And you?" "I was recruited by Malabolgia," Izuku replied, turning his gaze to her and then to Momo. "He offered me a deal. To return to the world of the living to avenge my mother and fight those who destroyed me. In exchange, I will lead his army when Armageddon comes." Momo was speechless, her mind trying to comprehend the magnitude of what Izuku had just revealed. "So, your life now belongs to hell." Izuku shook his head slowly. "I have no life. What I am now is not human. I am a spawn, a soldier of hell. But that doesn't mean I'll blindly follow its orders. My purpose here is my own, and I will not let either heaven or hell use me as a tool." Himiko looked at him proudly, squeezing his hand tightly. "Izuku isn't a monster. He's more human than all those heroes who only care about their reputations." Momo, still trying to process the revelation, looked at Izuku with a mixture of astonishment and fear. "So, heaven isn't what we think it is either." Izuku let out a dry, bitter laugh. "Heaven isn't paradise. It's simply the other side of the conflict. Its soldiers are also manipulated, their souls exploited for a greater purpose they don't even understand." Izuku's words resonated deeply with Momo. Everything she believed in about justice, good and evil, was crumbling before her. Not only was the hero system corrupt, it seemed the very concept of salvation and damnation was a lie constructed to manipulate humans. "So, what hope do we have left?" he asked softly, feeling a deep sense of despair. Izuku looked at her, his gaze intense but filled with a determination that seemed unbreakable. "Hope doesn't come from heaven or hell. It comes from us, from the choices we make, from how we fight for what's right. We don't need gods or demons to tell us what to do." Himiko nodded with a smile. "Exactly. And as long as we have Izuku, we have a chance." Momo didn't respond, but inside, something began to change. For the first time, she began to question not just the hero system, but everything she believed about humanity's purpose. As the flames continued to crackle, she watched Izuku and Himiko, two people marked by suffering and rejection, and realized that the world wasn't as simple as she'd always believed. Momo lay back on the dusty bench, hugging her own body as she watched the scene before her. Himiko Toga's small figure had snuggled up against Izuku's towering form, her arms encircling his torso as if she feared he would disappear at any moment. Despite his intimidating size and terrifying appearance, Izuku seemed calm as he lay on the mattress, his red cloak spread out like a blanket. Although Izuku didn't need to sleep, he closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of peace with Himiko. His presence beside her seemed to calm her, even in the midst of a world filled with chaos. Himiko, in contrast, slept soundly, a peaceful sleep that contrasted sharply with the suffering she'd led. Momo couldn't take her eyes off them. The sight was both strange and poignant, a small, fragile girl hugging a being that seemed like a force of nature. But what struck her most wasn't their appearance, but the obvious bond between them. A bond forged in pain, loss, and their mutual need to survive. Momo, however, couldn't sleep. Although her body was exhausted, her mind kept spinning, trying to process everything she had learned that night. First, there was the overwhelming difference between her life and Himiko's. Momo had grown up in a wealthy family, surrounded by luxuries and comforts. She'd never had to struggle for anything, never had to steal to eat or worry about a roof over her head. In contrast, Himiko had been abandoned, rejected by her own parents, and forced to survive on her own. And yet, here was Himiko, hugging someone who had come back from hell itself, clinging to him like he was her entire world. Then there was the revelation about the Hero Commission. Momo had always believed in the system, in the idea that heroes were symbols of justice and hope. But now she knew the truth. The Commission was not only corrupt, but also capable of orchestrating murders and covering up crimes to maintain its power. That revelation had shattered her trust in the system she had aspired to be a part of her entire life. And finally, there was the truth about heaven and hell. The idea that both entities weren't forces of good and evil, but armies recruiting souls for an eternal war, filled her with profound despair. Everything she had learned about justice, redemption, and salvation seemed like a lie now, a manipulation to maintain control over human souls. As if that weren't enough, she'd lost her quirk, an integral part of her identity. Creation wasn't just her ability, it was part of who she was. Now, without it, she felt empty, incomplete. As Momo's mind continued to spin, her eyes focused again on Himiko and Izuku. The way Himiko clung to him, as if he was the only thing keeping her safe, was deeply moving. And the way Izuku, with all his power and brutality, allowed her to be so close, so vulnerable, showed a side of him Momo hadn't expected. How did they get like this? Momo thought. Two people rejected by the world, but who found refuge in each other. As the flames of the campfire flickered softly, Momo realized she was beginning to see the world in a whole new way. Not just the heroes and villains, but humanity itself. And although she was tired and full of questions, one thing was clear: nothing would ever be the same for her. Momo closed her eyes, trying to calm her mind, even though she knew sleep wouldn't come soon. In the silence of the night, only the crackling of the campfire and Himiko and Izuku's soft breathing filled the church. For now, that small haven of tranquility was the only thing keeping her thoughts at bay. The aroma of breakfast was the first thing that brought Momo out of her light, troubled sleep. She slowly opened her eyes to see Himiko leaning over a frying pan, while Izuku held the pan in his hand, covered in red, black, and green flames. Not only did the flames not damage the pan, but they seemed to burn with the perfect intensity for cooking. The sound of sizzling bacon and frying eggs filled the abandoned church, contrasting sharply with the decaying surroundings. Himiko, humming a light song, scrambled the eggs enthusiastically, clearly pleased with her makeshift cooking. "Good morning, sleepy princess," Himiko said with a bright smile when she noticed Momo waking up. "I hope you're hungry." Momo sat up slowly, her muscles still tense from the night chill. She watched the scene in disbelief. "What are they doing? What does it look like?" Himiko replied, proudly holding up the pan. "Breakfast. Eggs and bacon. The best I could come up with what we had." Izuku remained silent, his imposing figure barely moving as he held the pan. His green eyes shone with an intensity that made it difficult to tell if he was simply observing or thinking about something deeper. "What the?" Momo started to ask, but stopped, knowing she probably didn't want to know all the details. Himiko, however, had no qualms about explaining it. "With what we can steal." "What, did you think we were going to let you starve to death?" Momo looked away, uncomfortable but grateful. She'd learned not to judge too quickly, especially after what she'd heard the night before. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice soft but sincere. Himiko smiled at him as she poured a portion of eggs and bacon onto a worn plastic plate and handed it to him. "Here you go. It's not a fancy feast, but it tastes amazing, I promise." Momo carefully took the plate, sitting on the bench as Himiko served herself and then Izuku. Spawn took his portion with one hand while extinguishing the flames with the other, setting the pan aside. Though he didn't need to eat, he took a bite, enjoying the taste of something that vaguely reminded him of the life he once had. Breakfast passed in relatively comfortable silence. Momo, despite the simplicity of the meal, found it surprisingly delicious. The eggs were perfectly cooked, and the bacon was just the right level of crispiness. "It's better than I expected," Momo admitted, breaking the silence. Himiko laughed as she took another bite. "See, I'm not just a pretty face. Izuku remained silent, watching the two women as they ate. Although he didn't say anything, his presence was comforting, almost like a silent protector. Momo, watching the scene, couldn't help but reflect on how unusual it all was. She was having breakfast with a girl who had been labeled a villain and a being who was technically dead, but had returned from hell. And yet, she felt safer at that moment than she had in the past few days. "Thank you for this," he finally said, looking at Himiko and Izuku. "For saving me. For not abandoning me." Himiko smiled, though her gaze was softer this time. "We don't abandon people, Momo. That's the job of heroes, isn't it?" The sting of truth in Himiko's words made Momo fall silent, her thoughts turning again to everything she had learned. Izuku finally spoke, his deep voice echoing throughout the church. "This world isn't fair, Momo. But while we're here, at least we'll try to do something good with what we have." Although there were still many questions and internal conflicts, Momo felt a small glimmer of hope. In that moment, while sharing breakfast in an abandoned church, she realized that perhaps the change she so desired didn't come from heroes or established systems, but from people who, despite everything, fought for what they believed was right. After breakfast, Momo put her plate aside and, somewhat nervously, looked at Himiko, who was sitting comfortably on Izuku's lap as if it were the most natural place in the world. "What will happen to me now?" Momo asked, breaking the silence. Izuku and Himiko exchanged glances, puzzled by the question. Then, Himiko burst into laughter, baring her sharp fangs as she leaned back against Izuku's chest. Even he let out a slight chuckle, a rarity in his new form. "What?" Momo asked, confused by his reaction. Himiko wiped away a tear of laughter as she answered him. "What do you think you are, a hostage? Our prisoner? Please. If that were true, we'd have already demanded a ransom or something." Momo blinked, still unsure. "So," Izuku spoke in his deep voice, yet with a calm tone. "You're a guest. An unexpected one, yes, but a guest nonetheless." Izuku's words left her silent for a moment. She had assumed that, being in the shelter of someone considered a villain and a monster, her situation would be more dangerous. But now, seeing Izuku and Himiko together, she understood that her presence wasn't a threat to them, nor were they a threat to her. Finally, Momo stood up, smoothing down the lab coat she was wearing. "I think I should go home. My parents will be worried, and I don't want to cause them any more trouble." Himiko nodded, getting off Izuku's lap and stretching. "That makes sense. But, are you sure? The world out there isn't exactly friendly, you know." "I'm sure," Momo replied with a slight nod. "But I thank you both for your help. I really don't know how to repay you for what you've done for me." Himiko approached Momo with a wide smile and gave her an unexpected hug. "Just remember, not all villains are what they seem. And, well, if you ever need a place to hide, you know where to find us." Izuku didn't move from his spot, but his eyes shone softly as he looked at Momo. "Be careful, Momo. The world you knew isn't what it seems. But that doesn't mean you can't find your place in it." With those words echoing in her mind, Momo followed Himiko to the church's enormous doors. Himiko slowly opened them, letting in the daylight. "Take care out there, princess," Himiko said with a mocking smile, but with a touch of genuine warmth. Momo turned one last time to look at Himiko and then at Izuku's figure in the shadows, watching her with those bright green eyes. "Thanks for everything." Without waiting for an answer, she walked through the doors and began her journey back home. Although she knew she would face questions and challenges upon returning, something inside her had changed. She had seen the reality behind the system she had worshipped, and although she didn't yet know what she would do with that information, she was determined not to let her experience be in vain. Inside the church, Himiko closed the doors and turned to Izuku, with a playful smile. "Do you think we'll ever see her again?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Yes, something tells me this isn't the end of their story. Or ours." Himiko laughed softly as she returned to Izuku's side, sitting next to him on the mattress. Outside, the world kept turning, but within those walls, time seemed to have stopped, at least for a moment longer. Momo walked with a firm but tired step toward the city center. Her legs trembled with exhaustion, and her mind was still trying to process everything she had learned during her time with Izuku and Himiko. As the buildings grew taller and the noise of the city intensified, Momo felt a mixture of relief and anxiety. When he reached a busy intersection, he saw a phone booth and decided to approach it. Although it was a bit old-fashioned, it still worked. He searched for some of the coins Himiko had given him and finally managed to make the call home. "Hello." A female voice answered on the other end of the line. It was his mother. "Mom, it's me, Momo," she said, her voice trembling slightly. There was silence on the other end before her mother's voice rose, full of disbelief. "Momo, is that you?" "Yes, Mom, I'm fine." The reaction was immediate. Her mother began to cry, calling out to her father to listen. "It's Momo. She's alive, she's alive." When his father picked up the phone, his tone was more reserved but equally charged with emotion. "Momo, is that really you?" "Yes, Dad, I'm fine. I'm downtown," she replied, trying to sound calm. "Are they with you? Are they forcing you to say this?" her father asked quickly, his voice filled with concern. "Do they want a ransom?" Momo immediately understood why they thought that. After her disappearance, they must have assumed she'd been kidnapped by villains, perhaps to demand money or information. "No, Dad, I'm alone. No one's forcing me to do anything. I'll explain everything when I get home, but for now, please, can you come get me?" She gave them her location, assuring them that she was safe. Her mother, still sobbing, promised they would send a car immediately. "Just stay where you are, Momo. We're on our way," her father said before hanging up. Momo stood near the phone booth, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders. Although she knew returning home meant safety, it also meant facing questions from her parents, the heroes, and maybe the authorities. What should she say? What could she say? The sun shone brightly, but the noise of the city seemed distant, almost irrelevant. Momo looked around, watching the people hurry by, busy with their own lives. None of them knew what was really going on behind the glittering facades of the hero world. "What will I do now?" he thought, feeling a mixture of relief and despair. Minutes later, a black limousine pulled up in front of her, and she saw her parents hurry out. Her mother hugged her tightly, while her father inspected her, looking for any signs of damage. "Momo, thank God," her mother said through tears. Momo allowed herself to hug her back, feeling the tension in her body ease slightly. Although she knew the questions would come soon, for now, she was safe. And that was enough. "I'm fine, Mom, Dad. I'm fine," he said softly, as he got into the limo. When Momo entered the luxurious limousine waiting for her, she slumped into the soft leather seat, her body relaxing for the first time in days. The tension she'd held for the past week began to fade, and for the first time, she realized how exhausted she was. Her breathing slowed, and she closed her eyes briefly, allowing herself a moment of peace. She still wore the lab coat she'd been given while imprisoned. It was a constant reminder of her experience at the hands of All for One in the Commission. In contrast, the sandals and underwear Himiko had provided her, though simple, felt like a gift of humanity amidst the darkness. Her parents, sitting across from her, watched her with a mixture of concern and relief. Her mother, her eyes still red from crying, reached out to touch Momo's hand, while her father leaned forward, anxiously waiting for any word that might give them a clue as to what had happened. "Momo, honey," her mother began, her voice trembling. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Momo opened her eyes and looked at her mother. "I'm fine," she replied in a low tone, unsure of how to continue. His father intervened, his tone firmer but still filled with concern. "We don't need details right now, but, Momo, we need to know, who did it? Who did this to you?" Momo swallowed, her hands clenching in the fabric of her robe. She didn't know where to begin. There was so much to tell, so much she'd learned and experienced, but each word seemed too heavy to bear. It wasn't what you think," he finally said, looking at both of them. "I can't explain everything now. I need time to process." His parents exchanged glances, clearly puzzled but respectful of his request. His mother squeezed his hand gently. "It's okay, honey, take your time. We just want you to know we're here for you." Momo nodded, though her mind was still struggling for words. How could she explain that she had been rescued not by heroes, but by someone considered a monster? How could she tell them about the truths she had learned about the Commission, heaven, hell, and the corruption of the system she had always admired? As the limousine rolled through the streets, Momo looked out the window, watching the city go on with its normal life. Part of her envied those people who didn't have to bear the truths she now knew. But another part knew she had a responsibility to figure out how to use what she'd learned to make a difference, even if she didn't know how yet. For now, all he could do was return home and regain his strength. The answers would come in time. Or so he hoped. After taking a long bath, Momo emerged from her bathroom wrapped in a soft cotton robe. Her hair, still damp, fell over her shoulders as she headed to her room. The scent of expensive soap and relaxing essences filled the air, but they failed to calm the storm of thoughts in her mind. Upon entering her room, she paused in front of her enormous closet, filled with designer clothes organized by color, style, and season. Each piece was a testament to the privileged life she'd always led, a life of comfort and luxury she'd never questioned. He approached slowly and ran his hand over the soft, fine fabrics, from elegant dresses to sweaters and t-shirts he'd never worn. Everything was pristine, perfect, but now he felt empty. Himiko, he thought, remembering the small figure of the girl he had met in the abandoned church. The worn-out socks Himiko was wearing remained etched in her mind. To Momo, socks were insignificant, replaceable things, but to Himiko, those socks were her most valuable possession, the first gift anyone had ever given her. A symbol that someone saw her, accepted her, and valued her. Momo dropped her head, her hands tightening against the edges of her robe. Her vision began to blur as memories of Himiko flooded back, her playful smile, her carefree attitude, and the way she clung to Izuku with a tenderness that defied the cruel world they had both faced. For the first time, tears began to fall from her eyes, but not for herself. She'd cried enough for her own loss and suffering. This time, she was crying for Himiko. She cried for the girl who had been rejected by her parents, for the young woman who had lived by stealing to survive, and for the woman who, despite everything, found reasons to smile with the man she loved. Momo slowly sank to the floor, leaning her back against the wall as tears fell freely. How can anyone endure so much and still smile? She whispered softly, her heart clenching with a mixture of sadness and admiration. In her mind, Himiko was no longer just a villain. She was a person who had suffered more than Momo could imagine, but who had still found strength in Izuku's love and company. As she wept, Momo realized she had changed profoundly. The world was no longer as black and white as she had believed. Heroes weren't always righteous, and villains weren't always evil. People, like Himiko and Izuku, were far more complex than any system could define. When the tears finally began to dry, Momo looked around her room, seeing the luxuries she'd once taken for granted. She knew she could no longer ignore the inequalities in the world, nor the suffering of those like Himiko. Something inside her had awakened, and though she didn't yet know how, she was determined to do something with what she'd learned. She stood up slowly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. The image of Himiko and her worn-out socks was still in her mind, but this time it brought her not only sadness but also determination. For the first time, Momo felt she could do more than just watch. And although the path ahead was uncertain, she knew she couldn't just stand idly by. Momo dressed in a simple dress, a far cry from the flashy clothes she normally wore. As she looked at herself in the mirror, she took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself for what she was about to do. Explaining to her parents what had happened, especially the loss of her quirk, was a monumental task. But the hardest part would be telling them who had rescued her and how. When she finally left her room, her steps were slow, as if each one weighed more than the last. She found her parents in the living room, waiting for her with expressions of concern and anticipation. Her mother immediately stood up upon seeing her, while her father remained seated, watching her with a firm but loving gaze. "Momo, honey, are you ready to talk?" her mother asked, her voice soft but laced with anxiety. Momo nodded and sat across from them. Her hands trembled slightly as she clasped them in her lap. "I want to tell you what happened, but, please, I need you to listen to me without interrupting," he said, looking at both of them seriously. His parents exchanged glances before nodding, allowing him to continue. I was kidnapped during the attack on the camp. It wasn't an accident or a security lapse. I was taken by the League of Villains. Not because they wanted to hold me for ransom, but because they wanted my quirk." His words left his parents stunned. His mother brought a hand to her mouth, and his father frowned, clearly angry. "They took me to a horrible place. There, they took it from me." Momo swallowed, her words shaky as she continued. "My quirk, creation, is no more." The room fell silent. Her parents seemed unable to process what they had just heard. "But that's not all," Momo said, sensing that the hardest part was yet to come. "I was rescued, but not by heroes." His father leaned forward, his expression stern. "So who rescued you?" Momo took a deep breath before answering. "By someone they call Spawn." Her parents exchanged looks of confusion and alarm. The name clearly sounded familiar, but they couldn't believe what they were hearing. "Spawn," her mother repeated, almost incredulous. "The monster they're talking about on the news." Momo nodded slowly. "Yes, but he's not a monster, at least not the way everyone makes him out to be." His father stood up, pacing the room as he tried to process the information. "Momo, do you understand what you're saying? That being killed all for one in a way no hero would have allowed. It's dangerous." "I know," Momo replied, her voice steady for the first time. "I saw him. I saw what he's capable of. But I also saw something else. Spawn isn't a villain. He saved me when no one else would." Her mother sat next to her, carefully holding her hand. "Honey, I understand you're grateful, but what does all this mean? What do you mean he's not a villain?" Momo took a deep breath before answering. "It means the system we've believed in our entire lives isn't as perfect as we think. The heroes, they didn't come for me. They didn't even know I'd been taken. But he, someone everyone calls a monster, risked his life to get me out of that place." His parents were silent, processing his words. Finally, his father spoke, his tone softer. "Momo, I don't know what to say. But what matters now is that you're safe." Momo nodded, feeling a mixture of relief and tension. She knew not all her problems were solved, but at least she'd taken the first step. As her mother hugged her, Momo thought about Himiko and Izuku, wondering if she could ever repay them for what they'd done for her. Momo's parents listened intently as she tried to explain her experience, though she was clearly omitting important details. Their faces tightened upon hearing the connection to Spawn, but they remained silent, letting their daughter tell her story at her own pace. "I was hiding in an abandoned church in southern Musudafu," Momo began, her voice calm but shaky. "Spawn took me there after he rescued me. It was a safe place where I could rest." His mother bowed her head, clearly concerned. "A church? Why a place like that?" "I don't know," Momo admitted. "It looked like a shelter he and someone else used." Her father crossed his arms, his brow furrowed as he tried to process the idea. "Another person?" Momo nodded. "Yes, a girl named Himiko Toga." Hearing that name, both parents' eyes widened. Even they, who weren't fully aware of the ins and outs of the world of heroes and villains, recognized it. "Toga," her father repeated, his tone incredulous. "The villain featured in the League reports." Momo looked down, feeling the intensity of his questions. "Yes, that one." His mother took his hand, squeezing it with concern. "Momo, are you sure it was safe to be around her? That girl is dangerous, according to what they say." Momo looked up, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and determination. "She's not what she seems. Himiko Toga isn't just what the news reports say. She's someone who's suffered greatly. She was abandoned by her parents, she's lived on the streets, and, despite everything, she's still struggling to find some happiness." The sincerity in his voice left his parents momentarily speechless. "I spent time with her," Momo continued. "She looked after me while I was there. She shared her food with me, made me feel safe, even after everything I'd been through." Her father took a deep breath, still trying to reconcile the image of the villain with the description Momo was giving. "Why do you think someone like her would do that?" "Because, like Spawn, she's not what she seems," Momo replied firmly. "I saw her with my own eyes. I saw how she looked at Spawn, how she clung to him. She wasn't a ruthless villain. She was a person, a broken person who found something that made her feel whole. Momo's mother let out a small sigh, although she still looked worried. And what about Spawn? What kind of relationship do they have? Momo hesitated for a moment before answering. They're together. They look out for each other, like they're the only thing they have. Both parents exchanged glances again, clearly trying to process everything their daughter was telling them. Finally, her father spoke, his voice calm but serious. Momo, I understand that you want to protect them, but you should know that the world won't see them the way you do. Spawn is something we don't understand, and Toga is a wanted criminal. If anyone finds out what you've told us, they could use it against you. That's why I'm asking you to keep this a secret, Momo said, her voice firm. I don't want them to suffer anymore. Spawn saved my life, and Toga gave me more humanity than anyone else in that prison ever did. The room fell silent, broken only by the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. Finally, her mother nodded slowly. We'll keep your secret, Momo. But, please be careful. We don't know what implications all this might have. Momo took a deep breath, feeling a moment of relief. Although she knew her parents were still worried and perhaps didn't fully understand her perspective, at least they were willing to trust her. As they retired to their rooms, Momo remained in the living room, gazing out the window at the city spread out before her. She knew the world wouldn't change overnight, but now she had a clear purpose: to figure out how to use what she had learned to help others, even if it meant challenging the very structures she had believed in all her life. That night, while her parents slept, Momo walked quietly around her room, opening closets and drawers. Her gaze fell on the clothes she had worn when she was younger, garments that no longer fit her but were in perfect condition. Carefully, she began selecting dresses, t-shirts, and pants that would fit Himiko, folding them and storing them in cloth bags. Next, she headed to the mansion's pantry, where non-perishable food was stored. She took out several cans of food, packets of rice and beans, and some bottles of water. Each item she placed in the bags was a reminder of the privilege she had always had and could now share with those in need. When everything was ready, Momo walked to the staff room, where Alfred, the family butler, had a small office. Alfred had worked for the Yaoyorozu family for decades and was more than an employee. To Momo, he was the closest thing to a grandfather. Alfred, an older man with perfectly combed white hair and a kind gaze, looked up when Momo walked in. Although it was late, his expression showed no surprise. He had always been perceptive, and he clearly noticed that Momo had something important on her mind. "Miss Momo, what brings you here at this hour?" he asked in his deep but warm voice. Momo sat down in front of him, placing the bags to the side. "Alfred, I need to ask you a favor. And I also need you to promise to keep a secret." Alfred frowned slightly, but nodded. "I've always been there for you and your family, miss. If it's in my power, I will." Momo took a deep breath before speaking. "I want you to take me to an abandoned church south of Musudafu. It's important." Alfred raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "An abandoned church? Why would I want to go to a place like that?" "I met someone there," Momo said, avoiding the finer details. "I want to take them clothes and food. They don't have much, and it's the least I can do for them." Alfred watched her silently for a moment, his gaze filled with understanding. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, he trusted Momo. "All right, miss, I'll get the car ready." Minutes later, Momo and Alfred headed south from Musudafu in a sleek black sedan. The silence in the car was comfortable, broken only by the gentle sound of the engine. Alfred, always perceptive, spoke after a while. "Miss Momo, I know you've been through a lot. I don't need to know the details, but I want you to know that I'm here for you, always." Momo smiled slightly, looking out the window. "Thank you, Alfred. I don't know what I'd do without you." Upon arriving at the church, Momo got out of the car, bags in hand. Alfred watched from the vehicle as she approached the worn doors. As she knocked on the doors, they slowly opened, and Himiko appeared on the other side. Her eyes lit up when she saw Momo, and a playful smile appeared on her face. "Look who's back. Did you miss the slum?" Himiko joked, though her tone showed genuine joy. Momo smiled shyly as she lifted the bags. "I couldn't stop thinking about you and how little they had here. I brought clothes, food, I thought I could help. Himiko excitedly took one of the bags, unzipping it to see its contents. Her expression softened at the sight of the clothes and food, and her playful tone disappeared. Thank you, Momo, really. From the shadows, Izuku appeared, his imposing figure contrasting with the delicacy of the moment. You didn't have to do this, he said in his deep voice, though there was a tinge of gratitude in his tone. I wanted to, Momo replied, looking directly at him. It's the least I can do after what you did for me. Himiko walked over and gave him a quick hug, her way of expressing gratitude. You're nicer than I thought. Stay a while, okay. At least watch this big guy try to fold clothes. Momo let out a soft laugh, something she hadn't done in days, and agreed to stay a little longer. As Himiko and Spawn organized the things she'd brought, Momo felt like, for the first time, she was doing something that truly mattered. As Himiko sorted through the bags Momo had brought, her gaze fell on a parka jacket with a fur trim on the hood. It was warm, functional, and clearly designed to protect her from the cold nights she spent in the abandoned church. Himiko took the jacket carefully, as if it were a precious object, and her eyes began to fill with tears. She clutched the fabric to her chest, unable to contain the emotion that flooded her. This is the second time someone's given me something, someone I really care about, she said, her voice breaking, tears rolling down her cheeks. The first time was the socks Izuku gave me for Christmas. Before Momo could react, Himiko ran over and hugged her tightly, nearly knocking her to the ground in her excitement. The tackle was unexpected, but Momo managed to keep her balance as she felt Himiko's sobs against her shoulder. Thank you, Momo. Thank you, Himiko murmured through tears, her voice filled with gratitude. Momo, moved by Himiko's reaction, hugged her back. It's nothing, Himiko. You deserve it. After Himiko calmed down, she wiped her tears with the sleeve of her jacket and immediately put it on, buttoning it up while smiling widely. It's perfect. Momo, you're the best. Izuku, who had been watching from the shadows with a slight smile, stepped forward. Himiko, don't exaggerate. I'm not exaggerating, Himiko said, turning to him before returning her attention to Momo. You have to stay for dinner with us. Dinner? Momo asked, surprised by the invitation. Yes, Himiko said excitedly. It won't be anything fancy, but I can make amazing instant ramen. I promise it'll be fun. Momo hesitated for a moment. It was late, and she knew her parents would probably worry if she took too long, but Himiko's radiant expression convinced her. Okay, I'll stay a little longer, he said with a smile. Himiko got to work, taking several packets of instant ramen out of her hiding place and preparing hot water with the help of Izuku, who rekindled his hand with the hellish flames to heat the pot. While they waited, Himiko talked non-stop, excited to share a meal with Momo. Izuku and I make this all the time. It may not be gourmet, but it tastes amazing when you share it with someone. Momo couldn't help but smile at Himiko's enthusiasm. The girl's energy was contagious, and for a moment, it felt like they were just hanging out as friends, unconcerned about the outside world. When the ramen was ready, Himiko handed out the bowls, and the three of them sat around the church's makeshift fire pit. The warmth of the flames and the hot food created a surprisingly cozy atmosphere. Momo took a bite and, to her surprise, found the ramen tasted much better than she expected. It's very good, he said, looking at Himiko with a smile. I told you so, Himiko replied proudly, slurping her noodles with gusto. Izuku ate in silence, but his eyes glowed with a faint warmth as he watched Momo and Himiko interact. Although his world was filled with shadows, moments like this reminded him that there was still light amidst the darkness. As they shared a meal, Momo felt something she hadn't experienced in a long time, a sense of community, a genuine connection with others. And although she knew the world she would return to would be complicated, in that moment, she chose to enjoy the simplicity and warmth of being with Himiko and Izuku. The night was cold and quiet when Momo woke up, ready to head home. Himiko, exhausted from the excitement and dinner, had fallen asleep cuddled in her new parka, a peaceful smile adorning her face. Momo didn't want to wake her, but as she got up, she noticed Izuku's towering figure watching her from the shadows. Without a word, he approached, his cloak billowing gently behind him as if it had a life of its own. Together they walked toward the church doors, their footsteps echoing softly in the silence. When they reached the doors, Izuku stopped, turning to look at her. His green eyes shone with an unearthly intensity, but there was a calmness in them he hadn't shown before. "Thank you, Momo," he said in his deep but sincere voice. Momo looked up at him, surprised by his tone. "Why are you thanking me?" Izuku remained silent for a moment, as if searching for the right words. Finally, he spoke. "Himiko is my only light in this world. Everything else is darkness, chaos. But she gives me a reason to keep going. And today, you gave her something I can't. Hope." Momo felt her heart clench at those words. The relationship between Himiko and Izuku was deeper than she'd imagined, a connection forged in adversity and pain, but also in love and mutual need. "She's special," Momo replied with a slight smile. "And she deserves more than she's ever received." Izuku nodded, his gaze softening slightly. "I know. That's why I do everything I can to protect her. But today, you gave her something that protected her more than anything I could have done. Thank you for that." Momo looked down, feeling humbled by his words. "I learned something from her too. From you. So, I think we're the same in that regard." A comfortable silence fell between them as Momo turned toward the doors, ready to leave. Before she could, Izuku spoke again. "Momo, if you ever need a place to hide, or if the world becomes too much for you, this church will be here. Himiko and I will be here." Momo nodded, giving him one last look before leaving. "Thanks, Izuku. Take care of Himiko, always." As Momo walked toward the car where Alfred was waiting for her, she couldn't help but glance back one last time. Izuku's tall, imposing figure stood in the church doors, like a guardian of that small refuge amidst the chaos. In her mind, Momo knew she would never forget what she had learned that night. As she got into the car and drove away, an idea began to form in her mind. Maybe, one day, she could do more for them. For now, all she could do was treasure what they had taught her and find her own way in a world she no longer saw the same way. To be continued. If you have watched till end, drop black hearts in comments so I can know. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.